Hi. Heyo. Uh, well, yesterday was the stream, I guess. Uh, yeah, we'll be back with Tekken soon. uh, maybe sometime next week. But yeah, this is going to be different. It's gonna be my first hand cam. I do have some gloves prepared at least. Even though I'm not sure if I should even care about, you know, showing myself. For now we'll just do it with gloves. Want to protect the cards as well, right? What if I pull something good? But yeah, today we're just gonna be doing some chatting while opening some cards. Uh, we'll be opening Grand Archive. The newest set came out yesterday, at least in my area, so it came super quick. Boxes at least. I did order like the starter decks too, but they have yet to arrive. They've taken a while. I'll probably open it off stream, and then if I get anything juicy, I'll post it somewhere. Just phone is making noises. But yeah, I did some like setup with stream elements, so if anything goes on, then at least I'll realize it this time. Yeah, and I might be tempted to edit VOD later to maybe condense all the pulls into just an edited video. So yeah, there is that. In terms of BGMs, we'll just be using this BGM when we are opening cards. I'll probably have Spotify on going through my headphones, and I'll probably be listening to something. Actually, no, I'll probably just listen to the BGM with you guys. I think I'll just open it on my own, so it does not intrude the stream. Where's the volume button? Oh, it's already at 1. Wow. Okay. I'll just put it down in my headphones since we're not playing any games, so it shouldn't affect the stream that way either. And let's just get into it. Hopefully I don't have my hand cam on already as I switch over to the next screen. Crap, I do. What? Alright, swapping. Oh, hopefully that didn't catch. Let me just mute my Discord as well. Yeah. A friend of mine probably wanted to watch this too, but it looks like he is out. And yeah, he also opened boxes of his own, I believe. But sadly, it didn't look like he got too much of what he wanted. Okay, let's turn this handcam stream on. Hey. So, hi. Grand Archive. If you don't know, it's a relatively recent card game. Came out last April, I believe, and it was a Kickstarter campaign sort of thing. This was before I went back into like wasting so much money on Kickstarter, so I wasn't able to get in there. But the friend that I mentioned before actually introduced me to this card game. Was a bit iffy because at the time I was like way too much into Warhammer, at least buying the models, so I didn't really think about another hobby to splurge money into. But I guess the art style kind of like did its work and drew me into it. So yeah, this is one of the characters. The rule set is very similar to Magic in terms of its structure, or not structure. Probably it's just the base like guideline rules. The structure is kind of different. It's kind of similar to how should I describe it? It's probably it's like a mix of Vanguard, maybe, or maybe the old World of Warcraft TCG. Yeah, probably the WoW TCG, or I guess Hearthstone. Hearthstone could be another alternative too. But yeah, we shall get into it. I have purchased a full case, which sounds like a lot, but it is just 6 boxes. So yeah, hopefully my model doesn't screw up as I try to retrieve a box. But, okay, my room's so messy, even though I cleaned it earlier. Oh, okay, and it's upside down. Hey, so this is technically the it's officially the third. Oh, did they call it the third set? It's technically the second, like, quote unquote set, because it's the setting is in a different place. The past 2 boxes were set 1 and set 1.5, and they were kind of in the same uh universe, quote unquote. I don't actually know what the story is. Because set 1 and set 1.5 is sort of like in Arthurian legends, medieval, and was it fantasy? I guess it is fantasy because there is magic, sort of setting. But this one is different, obviously. Alchemical Revolution is its name. Um, yep, and it is steampunkish, mage punk. Uh, Probably mage punk is the correct term for it. So yeah, let's just get straight into it. I do have a pocket knife here, so yeah, let's get into it. Wait, was there an opening? Who cares? We'll just. Not sure if we're gonna be careful or not. There are, I think, 24 packs. Yeah, it says 24 here, and I don't know if that's normal or not. I can't remember because I opened the other boxes before, and I think 1.5 was also 24 packs, but I'm pretty sure the first one was 36. I could be misremembering actually, and my mouse is over here and keyboard is a bit elsewhere, so this hand cam kind of messes things up a bit. But yeah, so game is all about. So how you know how very hard to make the sentence work. In Magic, uh, the archetypes for the cards are split into, I guess technically 6 colors. Colorless is the 6th one, but like red, blue, black, white, and green. Here, it's sort of similar, except there is an additional layer on top where, on top of colors, there is classes. Classes also kind of determine the direction that the archetype or the deck list actually plays, and it's kind of important here. You can see there's 3 different pack art. I'm pretty sure there's no 4th one, and this set introduces 3, I guess the last 3 classes of the 7 that was initially planned, I believe. So yeah, we have Guardian, Ranger, and Cleric. So let's just start off with. Let me just move this over here. I think I'll just start with a pack. I won't pile out the packs just quite yet. I do have quite a lot to go through, and now I am discovering the difficulties of opening this with gloves on. But yeah, Grand Archive actually, in my opinion, I think has the highest quality cardstock that I feel so far. I probably should have brought a garbage bag too. This is awkward. Do I have one on site? I do have like an empty box. I could probably toss everything in there. Let's just make some room for the box. Okay. But yeah, pretty good cardstock, which is surprising because you would think it's like extra cost that probably don't want to incur. Let's toss that to the box that I just talked about like 10 seconds ago. So this is the card back. So normally card backs are just flat, but Grand Archive has a nice, very textured, uh, bumpy card back. I don't know if it's easy to show on camera, but you see the where the shine like hits the line. That's generally where the textured bumps are. So it's a nice feel, which is nice. So I turn I turn this around, and this already confuses me because the structure of the packs should still be the same. So I believe. So normally there are two categories of cards. There's the material cards, and then there's just the cards that go in your main deck. And well, normally it's the front that is dedicated to the material slot, but because this card specifically can go on either, I think that's why it takes the first slot. But yeah, first card is Creeping Torment. Hopefully, how should I do this? I want to zoom in a lot better, but maybe I should just bring it up like this. Then the camera is like, image quality is like not that great. I have an overhead camera, but I think most people actually use just like a small camera, like maybe this height, and then use the hard art a lot better. But I don't actually have that kind of setup. I just have this hand camera, and I thought it was gonna be good enough, and it turned out it wasn't. It could also just be lighting issues. Yet another reason why I wanted to just upgrade the lighting in my room. But that is gonna have to be next month because I'm broke boy. So yeah. Anyway, the first card is Creeping Torment. We'll just put it in the just with the regular pile. So Creeping Torment is hopefully a card that's good. I do want to play Ranger specifically, and this is technically a Ranger card because on top of the colors that I was talking about, there's both basic colors and then there's advanced colors. They call it elements, but it's basically just colors. And the Umbra, the purple, is the specific advanced color for the Ranger class. And yeah, you can only play cards that your champion, your main hero, has a color of. So normally everyone has access to neutral, which is colorless, and Ranger can have access to all any of the three basic colors. And once you get to level 3, you can get Umbra as well. So yeah, nice Ranger card. It's technically a finisher or some way to reach for endgame. So I don't know how many's in the starter deck. I don't actually know if I needed this card. But anyway, next card, we have a Harvest Herbs. So the way I'll go through this, I'll just go through all the cards that I haven't gone through, and then I'll skip whatever shows up again. Yeah, I think that's how card openings go. So this is a cleric focused card. As you can see, let's say cleric here. I don't know how well the text actually shows in the camera, but this class tied to the card is important because sometimes class bonus keyword kind of restricts special abilities. In this case, floating memory, which is a whole can of worms right now. I don't know how much gameplay specific elements I should be explaining, but for cleric, this is a pretty good card, especially since the other synergies you can do with the gather mechanic, where you can recreate 1 of 6 random tokens. Yeah, on top of floating memory, which as a cleric, like you want to gather, and your floating memory is just good on everything. So being 1 cost, I think it's pretty. I was gonna say it's pretty broken, but it is slow. If it was fast, it would be absolutely broken, I think. especially with the other shenanigans that clerics can do with the herbs that they can use. I'm pretty sure anyone can use the herbs because uh, they're not tied to a class bonus, just a mana cost or mana reserve cost. But yeah, clerics definitely take or bring out the full potential of the said herbs. So that's all right. Next, we have a Wind Ranger card, a Windbless Arbalist. I wonder how much the lighting affects. If I turn it off. I don't know. Maybe if I dim the lights, actually. How about that? Because I do want some of the light on, but maybe it being too much of a blast. Who knows? The art is like fantastic, by the way. I believe they show all the art on their official website anyway on the index database, so let's look at that. So we have a Wind Ranger, 2/2 for 3 mana. That's probably the like the standard cost to stat line ratio, and then they have abilities tied to them. It's probably not bear level, like magic bear level, where the standard is like 2 mana for a 2/2, but has no extra abilities. So 3 mana for a 2/2 with extra abilities is probably the standard. I don't actually know if that is the proper pattern or not, but yeah, Windblast Arbalist. I'm not sure what color I want for my Ranger deck, but Wind could be interesting. So range 2, as long as it's distant, it gets +2 attack. So it could be a 4/2. If it meets the distant requirement, which is just a state that the card can be in, and some cards can just automatically put a unit to distant. So yeah, and then if you're a ranger with the class bonus, vigor, she can wake up at the end of the phase because like magic, to do things you can just put them sideways, and then they're technically asleep or tapped out. But the vigor will counteract that, and that's useful because you can always fight back when you're being attacked directly yourself. So yeah, Windblast Arbalist. A nice card. Not sure how impactful she'll be either in the metagame. We'll see. I think for this metagame, it's hard to predict. I would like to say it's gonna be it's looking to be pretty I mean all kind of playstyles get upped in some way. Aggro is probably not getting any weaker. If anything, they might have gone some pretty good tools this set. But I'd say mid game still suffers a lot. It's either aggro or late game. That is going to be the way to play it, really. So we have a nice generic card. It says cleric, but since there's no actual class bonus tied to it, it can pretty much be used by anyone. So just 1 mana, slow, roll 2, then put 2 from hand to the bottom. So it's a nice recycle. It's not a recycler, but it's a nice way to fix your hand. It's sort of like a brainstorm in Magic, but you put it at the bottom rather than on the top. So yeah, maybe better than a brainstorm. Who knows? That is a bit of that could be debated, I guess. But yeah, it's a nice card. I don't know how useful it'll be because it's technically not a card advantage kind of card. Because you have to get rid of this card, and you draw 2, but you put 2 back, so you're technically -1 on this. Yeah. And we have a potion. Okay, so this is one of the ways that you can use the herbs that I was talking about. So you can pay 3 mana, or you can sacrifice a mana root and 1 herb to say this, and if it was brewed, draw a card into memory on enter. So they can draw a card only if you use the herbs. Otherwise, you You can sack it to get 2 levels on your champion. Huh. It's a tough one. I guess it's decent. I believe Arasana, the cleric's level 2 ability, if you have 2 of the identical herbs, you can sacrifice them to just straight up draw a card. So I guess this is a way to deal with herbs that you don't have duplicates of. So yeah, it's nice. And the plus levels, I believe the clerics do play around their level system, so that is not bad either. Now we have a fire card, a Manic Zealot. I really do regret not having a good lighting system because the camera is a good camera. It's a face cam, Elgato face cam, so yeah, it doesn't do the art justice, honestly. So it's a 2 mana 1/1, so it's very below par on stat breakdown. But on death, it deals 2 damage to each champion, so it's definitely an aggro card, and it's probably a good way to hostage your opponents, because even though life is sort of an economy on pretty much any card game, yeah, with the last set being so aggro focused, I think this might find a place. Who knows? Now we have an Awakened Deacon. I believe this was one of the first cards that got revealed when the set was being spoiled. So the art is just a lot better on the website, really, than my poor setup. But an Awakened Deacon, a 1/3 for 2, so slightly skewed on the healthier side, but that's kind of the main theme with the water cards. They're more healthier than attack focused. But yeah, it is a cleric card, so it has the floating memory for clerics. And as long as you have control 2 or more Fantasia cards, Awakened Deacon has intercept. So if a person was targeting your champion or an attack, if she's awake, she can just intercept and take the damage for your champion, and she can fight back if she wants to too. Yeah, and Fantasias are just card types. So like allies are basically just the creatures for Grand Archive. Fantasias are, I guess they're the artifact equivalent. Yeah, I think that's it. Because we'll probably run into the enchantment equivalent soon. Oh, this is a very nice card. I do want to have many copies of these ones though. So Sidestep. And it has an art of someone who I really want to pull, who is Crimson Tear. So Sidestep is a 2 mana fast. It costs 1 less if you are level 2 or above. So it's not a bad bonus. It's already good, being 2 mana as well, I think. And it just gives a target ally stealth. So basically just means that stealth units can't be attacked by units without the True Sight keyword. So you can actually do it in a response to being attacked and fizzle out as long as the attacker doesn't have True Sight. So yeah, it's a nice little protection card. Hey, more of those please. It is a common, so should run into a lot of those. Ooh, this is a card I have not seen in the spoilers before. Rousing Slam. So the 4 mana Guardian attack card. So I mentioned champions before. That's basically your heroes that also indicate your life total, and they can't actually attack without an attack stat. And the only way to get an attack stat, unless they have an inherited attack stat, is to use a weapon or to use an attack card, or both. So yeah, this is a classic Guardian. I say classic, but so far from what we've seen, Guardian, this seems to be like the way that Guardians go. Big cost, big damage, just brute strength, the Unga Bunga way. So yeah, and it has a special at least on top of that. So class bonus and level 2. So you have to meet both of these conditions. And then on the attack trigger, the attacker, which is generally the champion, will get Vigor and Taunt until the next turn. So yeah, he will wake up at the end, and he will basically just attract all the attackers onto himself. So it could be risky. Or not. I guess Guardians don't really care about being attacked. They have ways to mitigate that. Maybe we'll see it in the future. So yeah, that's Guardian for you. And that was the last common. So the rest are now uncommons, rares, super rares, and ultra rares. So the first uncommon we have is a Rhyme Soul Bishop. Okay, 3 mana 2/2, like I said, with abilities, so that's kind of the standard. Even though she's water, yeah, sort of to up to code basically. And she is a cleric human, so the class bonus for floating memory will only affect cleric players. Then on enter, you can banish a card with floating memory from your graveyard, and if you do, draw a card. So it's a nice replacement effect here. Although technically floating memory could be used for other things, such as paying cost for your material deck, but getting an extra draw card is not bad either, especially with how the resource system works with Grand Archive. Unlike Magic, where it's land-based, you can temporarily reserve cards from your hand to pay for the yellow cost here. So floating memory or a +1 to your resources is not a bad deal either. Yeah. Nice little card. Oh, and we do have a champion on the second last slot. So, Paulhawk, Bombastic Shot, Fire, Ranger, level 2. So, how I said earlier that there are 3 extra classes. Each class has 2 champions, and this is one of the alternative champions. So the main 3 champions have access to their level 3s, which means they have access to the advanced colors. But these quote-unquote lineage broken champions are stuck at level 2 or level 1. Mainly level 2. This playmat here is Tristan, and she's the alternative for the assassin class, and she is sadly stuck at level 2 for now, but hopefully in the future she'll get a nice level 3, as many people are wishing for. And of course people are wishing for the others too, but you know, personally, Tristan, I can't wait. But Paulhawk is actually a pretty interesting ranger card because he works very well with Crimson Tier, who I mentioned before. So he basically has range 2, so whenever he's distant he gets 2 additional attack, which is kind of important because it gives him an oh no, I don't think it gives him an inherent attack stat, so gotta watch out for that. It says its attacks get +2, not he gets +2 attack, so he can't attack unless he still needs a weapon or an attack stat or attack card. So yeah, okay, good thing I read that. Don't want to give misinformation out here. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But his second line is that ranger reaction cards cost 1 less to activate. Okay, not... Now that I'm reading it again, it's not as good as I thought, because I thought it was just generic reaction cards cost 1 less. But if it's just ranger reaction cards, then cards like Sidestep is not going to work out too well, because it's an assassin reaction card. Okay, that's good to know. I'm pretty sure... Oh, actually I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure if Crimson Tier herself requires assassin reaction cards or just generic reaction cards. But yeah, that's Paulhawk. That is our level 2 ranger alternative, and our last card is going to be Afraidus. We're going to start off with a super rare. Afraidus is, I believe, he's also ranger focused. So even though she doesn't have the ranger keywords such as distant or ranged, it kind of matters a lot. Oh, actually no distance here. So a 1/2 for 2. He's a unique ally, so you can only have one of her on the field at one time. if you do have a second one on field, you're forced to sacrifice one of them. So yeah, be careful about that. Her ability is, if you are a ranger, every recollection phase, so every start of the turn basically, you put a counter on her, and then you glimpse how you look at the top X cards based on how many counters she has. And once you have 3, you can actually remove the counters, and all your ranger units will be counted as distant. So you know how I said that there are ways to become distant? Well, this is probably the best way to become distant because it's kind of a permanent effect, and it can't actually be interacted with except for killing Freydis herself or just getting rid of her. So it's kind of a great late game payout, maybe. I don't know if it's fast enough for aggro or mid range, but it's a really good late game way to just get ahead. So that's a really good card. I am actually happy I got one of these, but would like at least 4, but that is kind of asking too much. So yeah, that's our first pack. I know it took a while to get there, but that's just how it's going to be. Sorry about that. Like I said, I am considering on editing the VOD to make a more palatable box opening. Yeah, and I'll put it on YouTube. Yeah. Kind of screwed up on the second card pack opening. Ugh. Okay. Looks like we have a champion on the front this time, which is normal. Let's just move my mic, because it does screw up with my model a bit, especially with how I position it this today. Let me point the AC at myself as well. Wearing this jacket is it's killer in this weather at least, or this time of day. So our front card is Arasana, level 2. So so this is important because level 3 Arasana specifically needs to be leveled on top of an existing Arasana. As you can see here with Arasana lineage, it says that she can only level up from a previous Arasana champion. Unlike Paulhawk here, who doesn't have a specific lineage, he can level up from any level 1 basically, as long as you control the fire element. So yeah, nice nifty things there. So level 2 on enter, she can gather twice, and gather just means you roll 2 dice and you spawn those respective herbs. Yeah. And then here's the level 2 I talked about earlier, which is just sacrifice 2 herbs with the same name and you just draw a card straight up. So no draw into memory, no waiting for another turn cycle. It just immediately goes to hand, which is pretty good. I know for a fact that level 2s are in the starter deck, so it's kind of iffy to see them, but this is mainly for like draft purposes or people who don't actually buy the starter decks. So yeah, it is what it is. I don't think there's any killer cards in the first slot anyway, so there's not much to really talk about there. So we'll just put her in the champion slot. We have fire card, another fire card with Crimson Tear. This is really teasing me right now because I really do want many copies of her. Scoriate is the name, and it is a 4 mana card at slow speed, so it's pretty rough actually. It is a mage spell, so that's not confusing in any way with an assassin card in the art. But at level 2, it does cost 1 less. So even though it's a mage card, it doesn't mean you have to be it doesn't mean you have to be a mage. As long as you're level 2, you get this 1 mana discount. And the effect is just destroy target card with reserve cost 4 or less. Okay. So it's just an insta-kill card. It is a spell though, so there are some ways to get around that, sadly. But it's always nice to see multiple ways to deal with creatures. It doesn't deal with the big bad of the current metagame right now, because the big bad costs, I believe, 13 mana or 12 mana. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, nice decent option, especially for red, who has only damage methods of dealing with things. So might get through some things, but being a spell, it also can get fizzled by a lot of other things. Um, Convalescence on Convalescent Tonic. I have no idea what that word means, but yeah, it's a 3-mana water spell. It is a potion, so it's another potion. Of course, it's a tonic. Brew cost is 1 Frasia. I have no idea what that means. I believe it's one of the specific herb names. So it's all up to RNG basically if you want this card for free. But at least it doesn't have a on-enter if you brew effect, so it should be fine to just pay it straight up. So the potion, what it does, if you sacrifice it, you can put 2 cards from your hand at the bottom of your deck, draw that many cards, and then you heal 3. So that's nice. It's sort of like the Unearthed Revelations card, except you also heal 3 on top of that. Of course, it's in exchange for this potion, but hey, more options is always a good thing. Now we have a Lone Gunslinger. Ooh, that's some cool art there. A 1-mana 1/1, so this is kind of in line with like the standard 1 costs that I would expect from a card game. But she also has abilities, which is nice. She might actually be a staple for Rangers. Because she's ranged 1, so she can become a 2/1, but she also has floating memory for Rangers. So floating memory, like I said, it's another way to pay for cards from the material deck, and the cards from the material deck are indicated by the blue symbols here, blue rather than the yellow. So yeah, floating memory can sub 1 cost of that blue. So it's always a nice thing as a 1-drop to have, because you can use it early, you can use it late. It's always a good thing. So that's nice. I don't know, I can't tell if it's a guy or a girl, but yeah, very nice art. Next we have an Armored Valkyrie. If you can't tell, Valkyries or slash automatons are kind of the main focus of the set. Makes sense since we are in a mage punk as world or city. I don't actually know if it's the same world or not. But yeah, it's a guardian card. We didn't have many of those recently. A lot of clerics and a lot of assassins, but guardian 3-mana 2/2. Yep, like the standard set line I said, with abilities. So steadfast is sort of a guardian specific keyword, and it's kind of like distant, where it's just a state-based or a state-labeled. It's a label of a state of the card. I think that's the best way to describe it. But oh no, steadfast is not. I'm thinking of the other one. Steadfast means that she can fight back if she gets attacked, even if she is rested, and if she is not rested, she can fight back without resting. Anyway, so yeah, it's kind of decent. Probably on a better body, it could be good, but as I say that, the class bonus is actually probably scary. As long as she's retaliating, she gets +2 attack, so people have to be really careful about attacking this kind of creature, because you would think you only take 2 damage, or you might not take any damage at all because you don't see the steadfast keyword. Then you attack it, oops, you get 4 back. So yeah, that's kind of nasty. Nice card there. Next card, Study of the Fables, or Study the Fables. It's a 2-cost slow. A target player reveals 6 cards from their material deck, and then separate line, you just draw a card into memory. So it's sort of a way to scout your opponent's material deck. Card games like Yu-Gi-Oh, where people have access to an extra deck, there's not many ways to actually look at their extra deck to get more information. So it's a decent card, I don't know how much information you can actually get aside from game 1, but the draw card is a nice plus attached to this. Sad that it is in memory, so you have to wait another turn to um, take advantage of the card. But like I said, in the next turn, they go back to your hand anyway. 2 mana for a draw card. That's probably good, right? Next, Airship Cruiser. I just realized that I don't have my BGM on. Whoopsies. I don't have my BGM on for myself at least. Let's. Alright. Airship Cruiser is our next card. It's a blue card, Ranger. 3 mana, 1/3, so typical water stat line here. Range 2, so it can be a 3/3 if it's distant. Class bonus, Floating Memory. And like I said, class bonus is for Ranger. So if you're a Ranger, you'll get the Floating Memory class bonus. Yeah. Sure. I mean, it's kind of like a baseline Ranger card, I guess. Oh yeah. Oh, I really wish the art was more focused. Maybe if I put it closer to the camera. But yeah. Next we have Organize the Alliance. The 3 mana slow. Target ally becomes fostered. So the fostered was the keyword state I was talking about before, which is generally more for the Guardian cards. And I mean, if you become fostered, then you get like a bonus, and the bonus depends on the card actually. So yeah, could be good. It is Floating Memory for Guardians only. And the way to get fostered is to okay, there's two instances where the game checks for fostered. It's that if they existed in the next end turn, all the way towards the next of your next upkeep phase. So it needs to go for a full cycle of not getting damaged. It does sound like a pretty hard condition to meet. So we'll see. But Guardians do have ways to like negate damage or redirect damage, so I don't know how useful this sort of card is going to be, where you just straight up enable the state effect. So yeah, especially for 3 mana, it's a bit iffy. Maybe 2 mana, it could be playable. 3 mana, I'm not too sure about, but the art's nice. There's a second card that has this sort of art, I believe. Like, this is the before, and then there's an after art. Actually, I'm not sure if I actually opened it, but I'll point it out in the next time I see it. Okay. And we have a Fire Potion. Bottled Forge Light. Its brew cost is 1 Razorvine and 1 Herb. Then, if it was brewed, it will deal 2 damage to any target. So, nice little fire interaction there. You can sacrifice the bottle to do another 2 damage to a different target. So, if you can get the brew cost, the brew activation going, this is a very good, pretty good card. Potentially 2 for 1. If you minus the herbs from the economy, really, it's a hard thing to measure. Hold on a bit. Completely forgot to loop this. Right. So the next card we have is Repairing Palm Light. It's a 5 cost, so it's a big chunky card. It's a cleric card, but no class bonuses, so we can just view it as a generic card. Return all allies with 2 or less attack to their owner's memory, and it has a generic floating mana as well. So no class bonus, no nothing. It's sort of a board wipe, but it's symmetrical. Because don't get confused with the word allies. Allies just refers to the card type for creatures. It doesn't necessarily mean your creatures. That was a mistake that one of my friends had on like the first day, but it was easily amendable. Because like that kind of question does pop up, and it was easily answered, I believe. So it's a nice board wipe. Board wipes are probably something that we do desperately need on all sorts of colors. So um, while it's not a generic board wipe where it gets everything, um, there are still ways to work around it, I think, like debuffing your opponent's attack and whatnot. So that's nice. It's an uncommon. Um, I don't have an uncommon lot. Next, we have Neopsite. So, sort of a pattern for the advanced colors to have a quote-unquote sight card, and it's generally just draw card plus an additional effect. So this card is a draw card plus if you control 8 or more objects, you draw another card, but this one specifically into your memory. So objects, I believe, just refer to permanents, so allies, domains, Fantasia. I believe champions also count to that. Yeah, nice. Not sure if it's easy to do, but I do know that Neos, the Guardian advanced color right now, does like making tokens. So that's another way to just build up to that number. And next we have a rare card, Tether in Flames. So this is a counter spell. One of a few counter spells printed in this set. Last set we had one counter spell, and it did kind of make a waves in the game, but these couple of counter spells are going to also yeah, it's going to be pretty influential, I think, especially on top of the one from before. So it's a cleric spell, but really anyone can use it. It's a 3 mana counter spell. It costs 2 less if you're a cleric. Otherwise, yeah, it's still good. 3 mana counter spell. Negate target card activation unless its opponent or unless its controller has this card specifically. Deal 1 plus the level of your champion. Unpreventable damage to the player's champion who's getting negated. So it's sort of like a there was a magic card like this recently from Fields of Ravnica, I think it was I can't think. Oh no. I know a lot of red deck when decks played it. It wasn't a counter spell, it was you take 4 damage. I believe it was 4 damage. Otherwise, I'll draw 2 cards. I think that was it. I just can't remember the name of it now. But yeah, it's sort of like that. It's a catch-22 kind of card. So, especially good late, but might not be best to use it early on. All right, on to pack 3. Okay. So the first slot also has tokens. So this is one of the tokens I was talking about. Obelisk of Protection. So only Tenoris, the level 3 Guardian, can spawn this. And yeah, it's just a domain, an object, an enchantment, if you will. So it does have cost. I believe it can get bounced back to your hand, and then you can just play it. But yeah, it has 4 cost, and you have to tap it to prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt to a target unit this turn. And it costs 1 less for each domain you control. So this is a domain, so I believe it automatically costs 3 since it counts itself. But yeah, it is a unique domain, so you can't have multiples of these. Yeah, that's nice. It's a token, huh? Then we have Harvest Herbs again, so we already seen that. We have Reconnaissance Field as a 3 mana water card. It is a Fantasia, so an artifact. A ranger spell, so the cost bonus does matter. So on enter effect, so hard to say English. Look at the target opponent's hand and memory. So it's another way to scout your opponent's cards, basically. And then the class bonus, you can tap this Fantasia to give a target unit ranged 1 and true sight. So, yeah, ranged 1 basically just increases the unit's attack stat if they are distant. And you can see here that multiple instances of the range can stack. So you can go full Voltron if you want. But the true sight's also like pretty useful as well, especially now or currently with people playing fairies. And fairies do have the stealth keyword, so they can't be attacked unless you have true sight. So this is gonna be a nice way to spice things up a bit against the stealth units, because I think currently right now the easiest way to get true sight is from a material card, and that is kind of just a one-time thing. So yeah, and this is reusable, at least for water, so nice. And here is the second card I was talking about, Escape the Wreckage. So let's just get the other card, the Guardian card. Here it is. Organize the Alliance. See, this is why I like the Grand Archive art. Even though Magic has done it with their like secret layers and whatnot, this is from a main set. And I believe it's the same artist too. Yeah, Rachel Liu. So yeah, this is sort of the before and then the aftermath of whatever event happened in the story. Let's just try not get the light glare going, but yeah, not the same characters on the art, so that's something to worth noting. But yeah, what does the card do? The 3 mana fast spell, ranger skill, return target ally you control to your memory, and if you do, draw a card into your memory. So it's sort of a way to save a potential death that an ally is gonna get, but you also kind of get compensated by drawing an extra card too. So even though I said before 3 mana draw card into memory is a bit iffy, the saving the ally part could also help a lot, because you could be saving like either a cheap ally or an ally that's kind of important to your game plan. So yeah, it's a pretty nice card, especially since it's not tied to any class. Can be used by anyone. Next, Flame Blessed Trainee. 1/2 for 2 cost. So I guess this is the standard for a 2 cost, a 1/2 with an ability. And her ability right now is class bonus for clerics. On attack, if she is attacking an ally, you can discard a fire card from your hand, and if you do, she gets +3 attack. So she could be a 2 mana, discard 1 or 2. Now, is that good? I don't know, because it's only restricted to attacking allies. So you can't progress by going to face. It's a hard one to figure, because I feel like the 2 slot is very contested, and I don't know if costing 2 and an entire card from your hand is gonna be worth it. Maybe if the card was floating memory specifically, but even then, I don't know. Nope. Then we have the drone from Star Rail, I believe. Just kidding. Even though it does look like scarily close to one of the purple bots from Star Rail. 2 mana Caretaker Drone. It's a 0/2, but it has intercept, so it's sort of just a sacrificial lamb. But on death, you can glimpse 4. For class bonus, cleric only. And cleric is all about that glimpsing for their, I believe, Astra element. So yeah, it's decent. Oh, now we have Fiery Duelist, and look at the art here. So she's a 3 mana 1/1. Talk about bad stat line. Let's see what she does. So she has class bonus range 2, so she's a 3/1 if she's distant. And then on enter, you can discard a fire card. If you do, you draw a card and she becomes distant for the turn. Hmm. So it's sort of similar to the trainee. Hmm. But you do draw a card in exchange for the discarded fire card. So I guess if you discarded a floating memory card or any fire card you want in your graveyard, it could be a decent trade. And then you can use 3 attack for whatever, face, trade. Um, yeah, it's interesting. And the art's pretty good. So yeah, there's that. uh, okay, I have not seen this card either. Crystalline Distiller. So it's just a dude with a mixing stick. So he's obviously for a cleric, as you can see here. Plus, she's a 3 mana 1/3, so the water stat line. Plus bonus on enter. If you brewed a card this turn, or brewed a potion card this turn, draw a card into memory. So it's sort of a payoff for obviously brewing a potion. And yeah, it does make sense because if you brew a card, you don't pay the cost. So this card being 3 mana in itself is not that bad of a downside. It's just that you have to align your timings properly with having the appropriate herbs for the brew. Otherwise, this could just be a dead card, which is a problem. But yeah, pretty good. Oh, and we have another fiery duelist. We've already seen her, but never say no to good art. Okay, now we have a bullet. Yeah. 2 mana freezing rounds. It is a ranger bullet. So I did mention earlier that there are weapons in this game, which helps your champions start an attack. But guns specifically can only be used for an attack if they are loaded with a bullet. And this is one of the bullets. I believe Creeping Torment was also a bullet. No, it wasn't. It was a curse. Okay. But yeah. So it costs 2 mana to reserve. You can tap this bullet to load it into an unloaded gun. And then if you hit a champion with this bullet, the player must banish a card from their memory and randomly. So and then return it at the next end phase. So it's sort of a disruption effect for your opponent. The random part is a bit, hit or miss, but that's kind of the point. And it has cost bonus floating memory. Not a bad card, I don't think. Especially since it has the floating memory. I think if it wasn't floating memory, it probably won't be used, honestly. So that was an uncommon. Now we have another potion, a wild growth elixir. 3 mana. Brew cost is just 2 herbs, so it's pretty easy to do so. And then at the beginning of your collecting phase, put an age counter on it. Okay, so it's kind of like wine. It grows like fine wine. You sacrifice the elixir and you put X buff counters on target opponent, where X is the number of age counters. So buff counters are basically just +1/+1 stats to the attack and health. So yeah, it'll be pretty good get early, especially if you level up to gather twice. You can start this snowball rolling like really early and pay off whenever you need to. So yeah, it's pretty good. Next we have Umbral Tithe. That's Umbral Curse. Is it a curse? No, it's just a spell. 5 mana, yikes. It costs 1 less for each curse card in each opponent's lineage. So it could potentially cost 0 if you have enough curses on both sides. Each player draws 2 cards into their memory, then deals 4 damage to each champion controlled by players with 6 or more cards in their memory. Okay, so it's memory. I don't know if I explained it. It's basically just a zone where you you put your cards to pay for the yellow cost, the card mana cost reserve. So it's sort of like your temporary land like section. So yeah, it kind of punishes people who stockpile their hand, but drawing 2 for 4, that's a, I'd like to say it's a pretty good payoff, especially if you can pay for much less than this. Maybe 3 mana, draw 2, deal 4 is pretty good. Plus, if you can time it where you don't have 6 cards in your memory, but your opponent does, then even better. But like I said, being 5 mana inherently, it's gonna be rough to be under that 6 card limit. So that's nice. It's a rare. It's already been an hour. I gotta speed things up, but thankfully, things will be sped up after we've gone through the cards. I hope. Oh god. Alright, another token at the front. We have a Spring Leaf. So these tokens are just generated whenever you gather, and gather is normally a cleric thing. You basically just roll a dice and you spawn an herb on the resulted dice roll. So this is a 6, and it's a pretty good one for a 6. You can sacrifice this Spring Leaf, so not from brewing or anything like that. You can just straight up sacrifice it. Put a card from your hand into the bottom of the deck and draw a card. So another way to fix your hand. But surely people will use it for not this base effect. Yeah. So, okay. Reconstructive Surgery, 2 mana, slow, and it's a modal card, so sort of like Tarkir cards, I believe. So choose one, put a buff counter on target automaton ally. So it has to specifically be an automaton ally, not rather than like a human or beast or something like that. Or if you're level 2, you can return automaton ally from graveyard to your memory. Okay. The problem is it's slow, so I don't know if it's spectacular. Well, let's just take a drink. It's been like an hour and I've been non-stop talking. Alright. Next we have Reposition, a 1 mana reaction spell. Or a reaction spell? It's just a skill, okay. But it's fast. And this will be very important for rangers too. It just makes your unit distant for 1 mana, and is a floating memory or ranger cards, or ranger classes. So, yeah. I want to see more of these too. Next we have Diffusive Block, a 2 mana water card. Fast, it costs 1 less if you control a shield item. I don't think we have a shield item so far, but its main effect is prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt this turn to a target unit. And it has the class bonus for floating memory. So 2 mana is actually pretty good, especially for this kind of effect. Normally these sort of effects don't have like a bonus, such as floating memory. It's just, hey, take it or leave it, really. So I can see this card being used. And yeah, especially for Guardians. I was gonna say maybe other classes might use it too, but they probably do want that floating memory. And we have Scry the Skies. This is actually a reprint from the previous sets. So yeah, we might have these quote-unquote evergreen cards in future sets, maybe. Or hopefully other like good staple cards in the future that's not being reprinted here, but was in the past. So Scry the Skies, the 1 mana slow. You can look at the top cards equal to your level, and then after reorganizing them, either putting them in the bottom or the top, in any order, you can draw a card into memory. So at high level, I don't think people are using this card because it's sort of there are other cards that could kind of do this, but yeah, at lower casual levels and especially draft, this is a pretty good staple, I think. Rousing Slam, we have seen this card before. I believe it is Tenoris in the art, but it's kind of hard to tell, especially with the camera being like this. But even looking at it physically, it's kind of hard to tell. Barter Herbs, I believe, is the... We haven't seen this one yet. Blah Blah Herbs is gonna be such a hard line of text to just differentiate from each other. But 1 mana slow, sacrifice up to 2 cards for each herb sacrificed this way. Summon your choice of any of the other 6 herbs. That's actually really good. Especially since it has floating memory on top of that as well. Because you could have the potion where you need 2 specific herbs to get the bonus from the brew, or you can just get 2 herbs that don't have the same name, so you can activate level 2's effects here for the card draw. So this is actually pretty good. I'm surprised it's a common card, but yeah, not bad. We have Refresh Chamber. We have not seen this card before. 2 mana, water card, and it's a purple-haired girl in the background trying to reload, I believe. Is that a fast reloader too? Nice. Fast reloader with 5-bullet chamber. So yeah, 2 mana, ranger skill, slow. Materialize a bullet card from your material deck, and then if you may banish a card with floating memory, you can put Refresh Chamber into your memory as well. So you can keep doing this as long as you have floating memory in the graveyard that you're willing to banish. So something worth noting, even though Freezing Round is a bullet, there are other bullets that can go into your material deck, which has a blue cost. So that's something worth noting. You can't do something like Freezing Rounds reloading with Refresh Chamber. Okay. Ooh, this is an interesting art. Exercise Curse. Okay, it was a different... I had a different idea on the art. I thought this character was the dark user, but he is just trying to get rid of it. So 2 mana fast. Choose up to 2 curse cards from Champion's Lineage and discard them, and it has a generic floating memory effect. So yeah, let's bring out the curses, because I didn't really go into that too much. The curses is mainly an Umbral thing, and the curse basically does what each... it's dependent on the curse itself. So this curse specifically, you put it at the bottom of a target's champion lineage, and then its effect is just deal 2 damage to the champion whenever you draw your second card for the turn. It's not as broken as deal damage for every 2 cards you draw. I think that would be way too broken, but thankfully they've toned it down a bit, hopefully for future-proofing. But you can stack this at least, so that's something worth noting. And you could maybe even force your opponent to draw twice on each turn. Probably don't want to do that because you don't want to give your opponent resources, but that is an idea. So this is just a way to get rid of these curses, because generally, I think so far, except for cards like these, you need, there's no way to interact with curses. So yeah, it's a pretty good card, especially it's fast. So you can even do it before the turn ends, so you don't actually get cursed. It's common. Next we have Swooping Talons. Just a mechanical bird. 3 mana, slow. It's a modal card. You can either deal 2 damage to target player, or if you're level 2, you can destroy target item with memory cost 0 or reserve cost 4 or less. So item refers to so as long as it has the item keyword, you can see here, that is a valid target. Sometimes keywords are a bit confusing, so potions, bullets, I believe weapons are also items, but don't quote me on that one. I think Fantasias, Oh, they might not be items. I think Fantasia's its own thing. But yep, another way to interact with other card types. I do know back then Magic had a problem with Planeswalkers because Planeswalkers was a relatively new card type at the time, so there wasn't that many cards to interact with Planeswalkers specifically, and that's kind of given Planeswalkers a bad rap. At least back then. It probably still has a bad rap now, but at least we have ways to interact with that kind of card type now since it's fairly old. Next we have Fanatical Devotee. So an automation card. He is a dual class Cleric Tamer. So Tamer was a class that was focused on last set. Not so much this set, but as we've seen with like the Assassin's cards, we do have some sprinklings of help here and there. So this card is a 3-mana 2/2 classic stat line. It has a memory cost 4+ bonus here, and she gets +1 attack if you have 4 cards or more in your memory. And then on death, you can banish 2 other fire cards from your graveyard, and you will deal 3 damage to target champion. So it's sort of a last stand, if you will, kind of effect. But it does cost 2 fire cards. But it seems pretty aggro enough, so it's pretty good. Cleric does also care about memory, how many cards are in your memory. English is a very hard language. Not really. I'm just dumb. But yeah, it's pretty good. Then last we have a Navigation Compass. So this is a material card. It is an item, at least, so hey, we can destroy that if we want. It costs 1 less if you're a ranger, so it does cost 0 if you're a ranger. Then you can tap this, discard a domain card from your hand to draw a card into memory. That's an interesting trade-off. Maybe if the domain was unique and you already had the domain on the field, then you can find a way to use the second one for a different purpose. Yeah. Oh god. Alright, let's be a bit faster. There's just so many cards, though. Also, now I'm thinking, like, all I've been doing is rambling. The VOD is probably just going to be clips of just the good hits, rather than me bumbling, because you can definitely just search it yourself, what the cards do. I don't know why I'm rambling on like this. But we have a level 3 champion, and it is Diana, the ranger. I don't know if I would play this version or the one that comes with a starter deck, but this is an example of a level 3. She is colored herself, just like Polhawk was. Yeah, here. So it technically unlocks a new element for your deck. So Diana lineage basically just means you have to level from a Diana. And then when she enters, it's not even on enter. So whenever, you can just banish all the cards from your lineage, materialize 2 bullet cards, and then until end of turn, she gets on attack wake up. But you can only activate this if you have 4 or more curse cards. So they kind of caught themselves with a net here, because without this last line, you could just do this ability, even though you had 0 curses in your lineage. So that's kind of cool. Next, Blazing Shield, Blazing Charge, just an attack. 2 mana, 3 attack. It's pretty good cost efficiency, actually, but the class bonus is actually just Guardian bonkers good as well. So it's a 2 mana 5 for Guardian. But here, on attack, until the beginning of your next turn, if you would be dealt damage, you take +1 damage instead. So you sort of take extra damage in exchange for such a good cost-efficient card. Okay, makes sense. It's kind of like Reckless Swinging in D&D, where it's kind of a symmetrical effect. But it's only +1, so surely people would actually take that kind of trade. Academy Attendant, a 2/2 for 3 mana. Still with the 3 mana 2/2s. It is a cleric class bonus though, so she gets +1 attack if you're a cleric, and if you have 4 cards in your memory, 4 or more cards in your memory. So 3 mana 3/2. At the best of times, 3 mana 2/2 without. It's probably a no. It's probably a no for me. 2 mana take aim. We have Diana in here with a sniper rifle. 2 mana slow. Ranger skill. Target unit's next attack gets +2. And then if you are a ranger, that unit also gets ranged 2. So yeah. +2 attack generically. I guess you can target champions too, since it specifically says unit rather than ally. But +4 attack, that is a bit juicy, especially for 2 mana. Hypothermia, 2 mana, slow. Target rested ally just gets -4 health. So kind of like magic, if your health reaches 0, you just die. Yeah, and that's, I think the exception, or the difference between Magic and this card game. There is a card called Arthur, and he does have the Immortal keyword. I believe in this game, even if your health reaches 0, Immortality prevents the card from actually going to the graveyard. Unlike Magic, where indestructible cards still die if their health somehow reaches 0. I think that is the exception, or the difference here. Yeah. Refresh Chamber. We've seen this card already. Nice cute art. Can't really read all the artist names. This one specifically in Chinese characters, so it's even harder for me to read. So, yep, there's that. Strategic Warfare, 2 mana slow. Allies you control get +1 attack. And if you're level 2, one of those units gets True Sight as well. It's a nice value card. I'm not sure if I can call it a finisher, because there's only 1 attack, but yeah. Pretty good. Manic Zealot, we've seen her already. I do dread running into a lot of her, because she does seem to be a pretty good card. I don't know what to call these kind of cards. I know the Noxus cards in Legends of Runeterra have these sort of cards where they're a lot scarier when they die versus when they're alive, but I don't know what kind of terminology I could call those. Okay, we have a domain, our first domain, I think, aside from the token, of course. A Palatial Concourse. It's a nice, not sure what to call that thing. But, it is a 2 mana domain, so it's permanently on your field, but it can't be interacted with by allies. At the beginning of your recollection phase, you can glimpse 1, so scry 1 for your magic players. Even though it says mage, it's a mage card, it's probably really good with the cleric, because clerics do like glimpsing a lot, and they do have a mechanic to kind of quote-unquote cheat things through glimpse, so yeah, watch out for this one. Lava Heated Brew, so it's another, not a potion this time, even though it kind of looks like it. It's an action card, so 2 mana, cleric skill, draw a card, discard a card. If you didn't discard a potion item, you take 3 damage to your champion. Yikes. But it does have the floating memory class bonus. Ooh, that's a hard card to evaluate. I'm gonna say it's probably a... This card probably is gonna be discarded more than being used. Specifically for its floating memory. Okay, we have another alternative champion. Nico Whiplash Allure. Nice little art here. I don't know if it's the focus of lighting, man. But she is the Guardian alternative to Tenoris. Level 2 Water, 25 health. Whenever a card with floating memory is banished from your graveyard, you put a last counter on Nico. Even the counter is a bit, is named thematically. And then whenever this champion hits another champion, you may have that opponent essentially mill pop X cards equal to the number of lash counters that is on Nico. So milling your opponent, I don't know if the strat is there just yet. It wasn't there in the last set, but this is another tool for that. Probably another set worth of milling options could be the way for that playstyle to unlock. It's a nice art. Artist NR. Okay. Now we have the ultra rare off the box. It came really early. And it is for the cleric class. So the Elysian Astrolabe. Astrolabe? Astrolabe, yeah. Astrolabe. It's a word that's used a lot in Warhammer, so I should know this. There's a 2-mana material card, so you have to banish 2 cards from your memory for this. It enters rested, so you can't use it immediately. But you can materialize this card on the main phase, as long as it's the last card in your material deck, and your material deck was maxed out with 12 cards in it. And its effect is you can tap it the next until the end of the next until the end of the turn. Your next Star Calling costs 0, and when you do, glimpse 5. So Star Calling is the cheat payment method that I was talking about before. When you're glimpsing, so when you Star Call? When you Star Call, you glimpse the card. If it has Star Call, you can pay that alternative cost, and you can play that card right away. And then the rest of the glimpse cards goes to the bottom. But this is a nice payout to that. So that is that ultra rare. The Elysian Astrolabe. And we're only on pack 5? Oh god, we're so slow. And we're already at like 1 hour and 20. Okay. This is interesting actually. We have the other Diana in here too. So I did not know this. I thought the starter deck champions were just going to be limited to the starter decks, but we have one here. So this is the other Diana. I am kind of considering running this one over the other one, but the other one seems kind of tempting too. So Diana Duskstalker. The camera does not do the art justice. Artist Vaicha has been doing art for this game a lot, and I do like a lot of their artwork. Trying to remember if Vaicha did Tristan or not. Yeah, I can't remember, but they did a lot. So level 3, Umbral, just like the other one. On enter, she becomes distant. So if she was somehow ranged, she'll automatically become distant for the turn. And then on champion hit specifically, you can generate a Creeping Torment card and put it at the bottom of the hit champion's lineage. So the card, the curse card I talked about before, it's kind of an interesting card because you can actually run more than 4 copies of it in a deck. Well, you can only run 4 in your deck, but you can have more Creeping Torments outside of the 4 limit. So that's interesting and confusing at the same time. Because it's technically a token, but I wonder what happens if you remove it. If you have more than 4 in your graveyard, that is a bit weird. But yeah, we have one here, even though I was gonna get one from the starter deck anyway. Next we have Stream of Consciousness, 2 mana, fast. It's a cleric card. Class bonus plus you have 4 in your memory, glimpse 3. And then just generically, draw a card into your memory. The good thing about this is the fast bonus, the fast card, I think. The Glimpse is nice because it could work towards the Cleric playstyle, but just being 2 mana draw card, you could save it until the end of your opponent's turn. So that's nice. It's not exactly +1, but it could be another way to get 2 other cards into your memory, in case you need to. We have Reposition. Nice. Do want more of these, of course. I have another Armored Valkyrie. Okay, a Healing Potion. So this is like the most basic potion you could think of, I think. A Red Healing Potion. 3 mana. You can use 2 herbs to just brew it for free. And you can sacrifice this Healing Potion to just heal 5. Makes sense. It's pretty self-explanatory. You don't even have to play this card game to know what a Healing Potion does. Healing 5 is a lot though. Yeah. Let me just tighten the gloves a bit. They've kind of gone loose for the past hour and I just haven't taken the time to fix that. Alright. Awakened Deacon. We have seen her before, of course. We have seen this one before as well. Caretaking Drone. Enhanced Healing. 3 mana Ranger skill. It costs 1 less if you are a Ranger. And what it does is you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal a win card or a reaction card from among them, put them to your hand. Then put the rest in the bottom. So it's sort of a... It's sort of just a way to... It's not really a card draw because sometimes you could miss, but if you built right, you should be able to meet these conditions fairly easily. Oh, and speaking of the Magic comparisons, we have Oasis Trading Post. Did I have an alert going on? But Oasis Trading Post. Oh, I did have a follower. Hey Matt. Anchor. I'm assuming you're still watching. Oasis Trading Post. So in Magic we have, I believe it's also a trading post. I don't exactly remember the full name of it, but 3 modes, 3 different pay costs. Yeah. We have one here for Grand Archive 2. 3 mana, just scry 2. 4 mana, gather. And then 5 mana, you just make an automated drone token. It's a fairly costly activation effects for all of them. It's probably just going to be played by clerics though, because the first 2 cards, which are both the cheapest, also kind of helps them in their playstyle. Okay. It's a common as well. Wild Growth Elixir, we have seen before. Swooping Talons, also seen before. And we have Constellatory Spire. This is an SR. This is one of the payoffs for the cleric playstyle if they are playing counterspells. I think? Yes. So it costs 2 less if you're a cleric, and you draw a card when it goes onto the battlefield. And whenever you negate a card, you can rest the Spire to deal 2 damage to a target unit. So you could ping it at face if you wanted, or you can control the board. But yeah, that's interesting. Cleric does have other ways to get reusable negations, aside from like just straight up negate cards. So yeah. Praying that Cleric is not going to be degenerate like Azorius control or blue-white control from Magic. Because they do have other playstyles, so at least I'm hoping it doesn't just evolve into that. Alright, another token, we have a Silver Shine. So, sacrifice, recover 1, and you get it if you roll a 3 on the dice. Reconnaissance Field has been seen before, Scry the Skies have been seen before, Trainee has been seen before, Subjugating Lash is a new card, and it has Nico on the art. Kinda hard to see through the camera, but yeah, that is going to do it for some people. A 2 mana, 2 attack. As long as your champion has 12 or more damage on them, you get another 2 attack. So does play into that sort of theme too. Of course, I'm not talking about the Guardian theme. Yeah, you do you, I guess. Nice thematic card. Serum of Wisdom is a cleric card, and it is just colorless. 3 mana. You can brew it for 3 herbs. That's probably the costliest one I've seen so far. What does it do? Sacrifice it, glimpse 3, draw a card into memory. That's not bad in itself, right? Depends on how much you value the glimpse. Because like I said before, I was a bit iffy on the draw a card into memory with draw 2. Especially since you can compare it with Scry the Skies, which costs 1. And it draws a card into memory straight up. So yeah, it's a bit of a tough competition on that like sort of effect. Magic Zealot we have seen, Awakened Deacon we have seen, Sidestep we have seen, Fanatical Devotee we have seen. Tactical Retreat is a new card, and let us see what it does. The 3 mana fast, it's a Ranger skill reaction card. Target unit becomes distant, and if that unit is defending, you can end the combat phase. So it's a nice combat trick here. There is a card like this in the past set. It has been seeing a lot more play recently now that water has gotten better, and this is just another version of that card. Of course, the restriction is a bit harder to meet because you have to specifically be defending, but being able to fizzle out cards that are on the stack during the combat phase is pretty good. And it's class bonus, so Rangers will love it. I don't know if other classes will use it though, because the other card I said might be a bit better and it's easier to meet the condition for. There's that. Aqueous Armor has Nico in it, I believe. It's Nico. But yeah, 3 mana. It is a Fantasia Link. So, you know how I said that Fantasias are sort of similar to artifacts? Well, Ally Link is sort of similar to, I think, the Bestow mechanic from the Theros set on Magic. Except the Bestow mechanic... Oh, it's probably not Bestow mechanic thing. I think it's Enchantment Aura is probably the closest. Yeah, because Bestow mechanic, when your Link dies, I believe the Link attached to the dead creature just becomes a creature in itself. So yeah, it's more of a Aura enchantment instead. And the effect is at the beginning of your recollection phase, you can put the top card of your deck into your graveyard. So if you sort of planned it out, or you're trying to feed your graveyard, like planned out with like floating memory, for instance, on the top, that could be a good way to just put it straight into the graveyard. And then the class bonus, if you're a guardian, the linked ally gets +2 health. Pretty good. Like I said, another tool for the mill strategy, but it's kind of milling yourself. Unless they print something like Classes or Ladman from Magic, at some point milling yourself is going to be detrimental. Okay, another obelisk. This is the other obelisk, one of the second of the 3. 3 mana. It is unique. It costs 5, but 1 less for each other domain you control, or each domain you control, so it does count itself. Summon an Aurora Steel Greatsword, and I believe the Aurora Steel Greatsword is a 2 attack sword. Lone Gunslinger, very nice. More of her, more of him, more of them, please. Hypothermia, into the fray. It's a new card, Guardian, 2 mana fast. Up to 1 target ally you control gets +1 attack for each other ally you control. So it's sort of a reward for building up the board. And yeah, I don't know if it will see play specifically right now. but since you can order your attacks however you like it, it's not a bad effect. Class bonus is always good too, so it's not unplayable. Okay, Imperial Alchemist, cleric card. Yep, 2 mana, 1/3. It has the water stat line even though it's wind. How confusing. Class bonus on enter. So if you're a cleric, you can gather. So you can roll a dice, spawn whatever herb you roll, and then whenever you brew a potion, you can put a buff counter onto the Imperial Alchemist. So even if you get it off once, a 2 mana 2/4 is actually pretty insane stat line. Actually, now that I think about it, 2 mana 1/3 is even better than a water stat line because that's generally a 3 mana stat line. Not bad actually. Now that I see it. Huh. And it's a common card too. Browsing Slam we have seen. Study Fables we have seen. Airship Cruiser we have seen. Organized Alliance we have seen. Rapid Reload we have not seen. This art looks... It's so confusing to me because he kind of looks like Rudius from Mushoku. Kind of. Hopefully you guys could see it maybe. Maybe not the anime, because the anime art style is a bit different, but yeah, Rapid Reload, 3 mana, fast. It has efficiency, so it costs less for however level your champion is. So it could potentially cost free if you're level 3. Materialize a bullet from your material deck. And that's pretty good because it's fast speed, you can do it whenever, and you can even do it outside of the material phase. So it's a good ranger card. I'm sad it is wind because wind is locked to it. I would love it to be usable for others, but you know, gotta balance the game somehow. We have an allied war priestess. Okay. Sorry. There's a lot of weapons, or just 2? I'm assuming this is a weapon too, like a mace or a hammer. But yeah, she 3 mana, 1/3. She's a cleric / guardian. Okay, that's interesting. So if you meet the class bonus, she gets +1 attack. So 3 mana, 2/3. If you have 4 or more in memory, she heals 2 every time she attacks. Okay. I don't know where the the guardian influence is on the text, but it's a pretty alright card. Plus she costs 3, so you just need to play like 1 more card to meet the 4+ requirement. She might actually see play. Okay. Now we have a unique domain, Exalted Dormesian Throne. What are these names? Allies you control get +1 attack and +1 health. So that's a pretty strong effect. Anthem effect, right? Anthem is +1/+1, or is Anthem +1/+0? No, that should be Lord effect. So an Anthem effect is now in the game, but the upkeep, every recollection phase, it checks if you have 4 or fewer domains. Or if you have 4 or fewer domains, you have to sacrifice this domain. So you have to have 4 other domains on the field for this one to keep around forever. Okay, it's a strong effect, but yeah, restricted quite a bit. It sort of seems to be Guardian themed, even though the Anthem effect could be utilized by everyone. Guardians just have a lot easier time of getting out domains. Okay, we have level 1 Diana here. So this was a bit of a hot topic a couple months ago because initially Diana was going to be the one to be on the box art for this, but there was so much hubbub about in the Discord that it probably wasn't a good look for such a revealing character to be the forefront for this set. So that's why we changed it to Arasana. Personally, like, does it really matter? Um, like, people are gonna see this art anyway, so it's kind of disingenuous to kind of obfuscate it by changing the box art, because yeah, it just doesn't seem make sense to me. But I didn't really care. I didn't really voice anything about that. Yeah. Alright, Healing Aura, 4 mana. Cost 1 less if you are a cleric. It is a Fantasia, so it's a permanent, even though it doesn't appear to be it. At the beginning of your recollection phase, you can recover 1. So it's just a just a slow heal. A heal over time. Blazing Charge, we have seen. Escape the Refuge. Use of Block. Bottled Forge Light, we have seen. Caretaker Drone, oh, we have a foil in the back. Fiery Duelist, I believe that's our third. Very nice to see. And our foil is going to be an uncommon foil. Dormant Sacrificial Altar. So it's another domain. Even though it says Cleric, it's not specifically for clerics. On enter, draw a card into your memory. So 2 mana, draw into card. So it's like sort of baseline what I expect. But sacrifice an automated ally and human ally. Put 2 cards of your deck into your graveyard. That is a rather weird ability. Seems costly too. Just for 2 cards milled from your deck. If it was target player's deck, I would be a bit more excited about this because it just adds to the toolbox for the mill decks, but you have to sacrifice 2 separate units just to mill 2. That is a bit rough, I think. That's our first foil. I believe each box has 3-ish foils or 4 foils. We'll see how lucky we get. Potion, Infusion, Frostbite. It is a water card with Arasana in here, in the art. 1 mana fast. Rest target potion. If you do, it gains on sacrifice rest target unit. The next time that unit will take damage from a water source. Takes that much damage plus 4. So kind of a damage amp for water units. I guess the theme is that you wet your opponent, and then the Frostbite potion will freeze the water that's on them to do more damage. I think that's that's their plan or idea that was going on. So, yeah. Airship Cannonair, 4 mana, 2/3, pretty hefty cost. But class bonus ranged 4, so she could be a 6/3 if she's distant, and on attack you may banish 3 fire cards from your graveyard, and she can become distant herself. So she's a self-sufficient card as long as you have fire cards in your graveyard. 6/3 or 4. This is a beater. Nice, not really made outfit. I guess airship engineer or flyer is probably the best way to describe it. Yeah. Bell Shield Wind is our rare. 4 mana, can cost 3 if you're a cleric. The next time damage will be dealt to your champion, you can prevent that damage. If 3 or more damage was prevented, you can put a +1/+1 counter on a target ally. So that is our rare for the pack. Pretty good, pretty good. Not sure which color looks the strongest so far. And we just finished the first row of the box. Oh god. Alright. But we've seen a lot of different cards so far, so we should be skipping most of them now. I'd say that, but I think there was like 100. Let's see. So 81 normal cards, 54 normal, or 54 uncommon, 42 rare, 29 super rare, and 8 ultra rares. I believe the number was 177 different cards. So I don't know if we've seen 177 unique cards just yet. But we have a new one here, Aurora Steel Greatsword. This is the token that I was talking about before that the domain previously, this one, can make. So it is indeed a 3-1 weapon. And the shield icon here means durability, so whenever you swing with a weapon, you take a durability off. And once it gets 0, they just disappear. So that is nice. Harvest Herbs, we've seen. It was our very first card, I believe we've seen. No, it was Creeping Torrent we've seen. That was first. Armored Valkyrie. Harvest Herbs again. Like I said, Harvest Herbs seems like a pretty strong cleric card. Constance Field, we have seen. Enhanced Hearing, we have seen. Exercise Curse. Serum of Wisdom. Forge Light Shield Maiden is someone new. 1/2 for 3 mana, so it's pretty bad in terms of stats. Let's see if it gets any good. I believe this is the first time we've seen the foster mechanic. I did talk about it before. At the beginning of your recollection phase, if the ally hasn't been dealt damage since the end of your previous end turn, it becomes fostered. So like I said, there's 2 timings to check for the fostered mechanic. It is your previous end turn and then your next recollection phase. So technically, if you could somehow play this card at your opponent's end turn and go through without damage, it won't actually fill the foster check because it's since the end of your previous turn rather than the end of the previous turn. So it's a bit weird. And it does seem pretty restrictive in terms of that, but there's not many cards that can actually play at instant speed, so yeah. Then her ability, if she does become fostered, is draw 2 cards, then discard a card. If you are a Guardian, if the card discarded was fire, you can put a +1/+1 counter on the Shield Maiden. She becomes a 2/3 for 3. Pretty strong actually, because it is, I believe, just net gain. Because you play this card and then you discard a card, but you draw 2. So it's actually a pretty good value engine card. It's a common too, so it's a bit scary. A bit scary to come across. 3 mana, Conjure Downpour. So it is until the end of the turn, whenever a unit attacks, that attack gets -2. So it's sort of a generic aura effect for the turn, rather than a target. So that's interesting. I think this is the first of its kind. And then class bonus, if you're a cleric with 4 or more in your memory, draw a card into your memory. Top effect, pretty strong, even for 3 mana. Just on top of adding to that card draw, I would say it's pretty good. Yeah. 4 mana Meltdown. It's a slow card. It costs 1 less if you are level 2 or higher. And it is just straight up destroy target domain, item, or weapon. So, yep. Already talked about interactions with certain card types. This is just another added item to the belt, so it's nice. That was an uncommon. And our rare is Cometfall. So the stars are falling for Arasana at least. 5 mana, slow. It has Star Calling too, so if you see this card during your glimpse, you can pay 2 rather than 5, and you can play it. And its effect is deal 3 damage to all non-Astra element units. And if you are class bonus cleric, which is more for future-proofing, because right now only clerics can be Astra, but it is for future-proofing, I believe. Deal 4 damage to those units instead. Nice. Like I said, need more sort of board wipes. And it's a pretty good board wipe for cleric, because since they're glimpsing, they could constantly have the board wipe like on hand, sort of. They could constantly put it behind the next card to draw, and then whenever they need it, they can star call it and then use the board wipe. So nice little nifty trick there. Okay, just move this to my main screen because I don't know why I wasn't. Alright. Uh, Razorvine, 5. It's the draw card after you put a card into memory. Okay. Escape the Wreckage, we have seen before. Trainee, we have seen before. Surgery, Reposition, Distiller, Duelist, Rousing Slam, Barter Herbs. Then, this is a new one. Winds of Retribution, uncommon. 6 mana card, yikes. Guardians. But anyway, it is a slow. It costs 2 list if you're level 2 and you're a Guardian, so it's technically 4 whenever you see it. I don't think other classes might play this card for 6. Allies you control get +2 attack until the end of the turn. Okay, that's a bit weird, because I believe Into the Fray before, it was... Oh, did it cost 2 mana or 3 mana? And it was give allies +1 attack and draw a card into memory. So if you just play 2 of those, it might just be better than playing this straight up. But it does require 2 of those, so yeah. Could be argued with. Rhymesoul Bishop, I have seen before. I'm not sure if I did our art justice. I don't know if I'm doing it justice even now, but yep. Tune with the Flames is a new card, a rare. 6 mana fast. It is a Guardian spell. It costs 2 less if you are a Guardian. Activate this only during an opponent's recollection phase. Target Guardian weapon gets +5 attack until the end of the turn. That's... It's a very hard card to play with, because you have to pray that your weapon doesn't get interacted with, and you have to do it in your opponent's recollection phase. Oh, that's weird. First champion duplicate is Diana Duskstalker. Okay. Piece of Block we have seen. Guide the Skies we have seen. Imperial Alchemist we have seen. Academy Attendant we have seen. Sadly, we won't see much of them anymore, because I really don't think it's that spectacular of a card. Refresh Chamber we have seen. Exercise Curses we have seen. Bottled Torchlight we have seen. Study the Fables we have seen. And another duplicate champion, it is Pulhawk, Bombastic Shot. Supply Drone is a new one. Uncommon, 3 mana, 0/4. At the beginning of your recollection phase, if you are a ranger, you can materialize the bullet card with 0 mana material cost from a material deck. So, we haven't seen it so far, but there is a 0 cost bullet that goes into your material deck. Battlefield Spotter, another ranger card. On enter, you can have another ally become distant for the turn, and she is a 1/2 for 2. And if you are level 2 or above, other units you control get +1 ranged. So she's really good. Man, just increasing the stock for the wind units. Sorry about that. Only 2 SRs so far. I would like to see more of her. It does make me lean more towards the Wind Ranger style, but I'm gonna try out all the colors for each class anyway, so it's that. Phrasia. This is the number 4 of the herbs, and it is recover 1 if you sacrifice it. Blazing Charge we have seen. Take Aim we have seen. Hypothermia we have seen. Empowering Tincture. I believe this is the first time we've seen it. 3 mana, colorless. Brew 1 mana root or 1 herb. So, what does that mean? I don't think I have a mana root just yet. But herb just is any of the other herbs, really. If it's brewed, draw a card into memory. No, I have seen this card. Okay, never mind. It is the level up card. Sidestep we have seen. Wave Rider Protector is a new one, I believe. Guardian, 4 mana, 1/4. So slightly better stats than the 1/3, or than the 3 mana 1/3. It has Taunt if you're a Guardian, and it has class bonus, floating memory. Okay. Not sure why floating memory and taunt is just not in the same sentence, but it's probably just for the reminder of what these keywords do. Sanctum of Esoteric Truth is a domain card, 2 mana. Whenever your champion levels up, you may put 2 cards from your hand // memory on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw 2 cards. So it's a pretty good effect, especially since it also includes memory. I kind of wish it said up to rather than the strict 2, but maybe it's too strong for that. Enchaining Gale is another card we haven't seen, I don't think. 2 mana, could cost 1 if you are a cleric. Last, suppress target ally. So suppress is sort of a blink effect. They just go out and then back in right away, I think. Oh no, suppress specifically is at the beginning of the next end phase. So does kind of get exiled for a moment, but comes back straight away at the end phase. I guess that's not what straight away means, but you know what I mean. Sea Sprite Diver is another one. 4 mana, 2/3 automaton. As long as an opponent has 4 more cards in the graveyard, this costs 1 less. So sort of a mill payoff. On enter, banish target card in your graveyard. So she is a sniper of graveyards. Kinda wish there wasn't so many of these ones. People like playing with floating memory, and effects like this, it's super tilting to face against. Okay. Veteran Blazebear is a chunky boy, or at least his art kind of insinuates it. His stat line, not so much. 3 mana, 2/3. On enter, he gets taunt until the end of the turn. And he has steadfast, so he can retaliate. Basically just fight back. He gets targeted for an attack. And he can retaliate without needing to rest. And he can retaliate even if he is rested, so yeah. We've seen that with the Armored Valkyrie. That's nice. And we have an SR, a special unit. Kind of like Freyja, Astarte, Celestial Dawn. I am definitely not doing the art justice by with this angle of lighting, but yeah, seeing the word Astarte is so jarring to me because Warhammer Space Marines are called the Astra. They're the Adeptus Astartes, and yeah, seeing that weirds me out on a different context. 3 mana, she is an Astra card, so she can only play it if you have level 3 Arasana. 2 mana, 3 mana, 2/4. She has the fast activation keyword, so she can be played at any time. As long as you are a cleric, but like I said, Astra is so far just clerics only. If an object would enter the field under an opponent's control from anywhere except from the effect stack, banish the card face down instead. So it's a bit of a weird wording, but basically it just means if you're gonna cheat something out with another card's effect, once it gets cheated out, it immediately just banishes itself face down. Yeah, so I think something like the I don't know if Tenoris's level 3 counts as that. The main interaction I'm probably sure everyone's aware of is the Majestic Spirit from the previous set. You can play that card through a different card called Incarnate Majesty, and basically when the Majestic Spirit comes out, it wasn't actually resolved through the stack. The Incarnate Majesty card resolved to get the Majestic Spirit. So you'll see that Astartes will say banish face down. It's a pretty game-breaking interaction, I think. Or it's a game-ending interaction. Not really game-breaking, but yeah. Alright, that's our third SR. That's nice too. She has These are really good art on both the signed version and her normal version. Speaking of Tenoris, here he is. So Tenoris Genesis Aegis, or Aegis, however you say it. Tenoris is a bit interesting to me too, art-wise, because he looks very similar to, um, a unit from a gacha game I play, Epic 7. He looks like Last Rider Crow, his first costume, or his default costume. Um, I'll have it on the VOD probably, but it does look so so weird to me. Like I said with like the rapid reload one with Rudius, Tenoris is also very similar in that aspect. So level 3 Neos card has to be leveled up from a Tenoris champion. 30 health. This is the most health a champion has. And his ability is, at the beginning of your recollection phase, choose one that hasn't been chosen, and it's basically just summon an obelisk. One of the 3 obelisks that tokens here. And yeah, they just on the field. Something worth noting, it has been confirmed by the devs, is that if you somehow de-level Tenoris back to 2 and re-level him back to 3, you can pick the same 3 options again. Even though you did pick them before, when you level up, it's technically a new Tenoris. So it's technically never chosen these 3 abilities before. And yeah. Not sure how much of an importance that is, because the obelisks themselves are unique. But in case one of the obelisks did somehow get destroyed, you can resummon them that way. It is a bit of a roundabout way of doing things, but it is a possibility. Subjugating Lash. Very nice, very nice. Airship Engineer. I think I haven't seen her before. She is a common, but I'm surprised we haven't seen her yet. 2 mana, 1/2. She is range 2 as long as you are a ranger. And on enter, if you control a distant unit, you can draw a card into memory. So very nice. It's a 2 mana draw into memory on top of a body, so that just makes things even better. Into the fray, like I said before. Okay, I was thinking of a different card now, actually. But still, I've seen it before. Unearthed Revelation, we have seen before. Shield Maiden, we have seen before. Distiller, we've seen before. Another Fiery Duelist, and another Rousing Slam. Okay, next we have Fertile Grounds. 3 mana, Cleric spell. At the beginning of your recollection phase, summon a token copy of an herb item you control already. So this is another way to get a duplicate herb for the immediate card draw. 3 mana is a bit much of a premium, but actually no, it's a Fantasia, so it's every recollection phase. Never mind. Pretty good. Navigate Streets. Nice little art. I don't actually know who this... Oh, this is, I forgot her name. We haven't seen her yet, but hopefully we do see her soon. Navigate the Streets. It's a slow. It's sort of like Scry the Skies, but except of your level. It cares about the number of domains you have. And it also has an inherent floating memory effect, so... might be better than Scry the Skies. At least value-wise, I think. Scry the Skies might be easier to use because every champion does level up. It's just... yeah, I do really like the floating memory on that. Storm of Thorns, another Nico card here. Man. Anyway, it is a 2 mana fast. Class bonus, floating memory. If damage will be dealt to a unit you control this turn, prevent one of that damage. And then if the damage prevented had a unit as its source, so deal 1 damage back to that unit. Okay, so it's kind of like a Thorns aura. I mean, it makes sense. Storm of Thorns, okay. So if it was a spell that dealt damage, you can't really do damage back to the spell. That's kind of what it means. Okay, at least we're almost done with the box. I don't know if I'll open all 5. Hey. Level 2 Diana. So we have the full line of her right now. Level 2 22 health. On enter, materialize a bullet card from your material deck. You still pay its cost. And she has an inherent effect of range 2. So if she is distant, she will get +2 attack. I believe on her next attack, right? Yeah, its attacks get +2 attack. So she can't attack without a weapon or attack card if she is distant, but she will get buffed on her next attack or her future attacks. Stream of Consciousness we have seen before. Potion of Healing. Arbalest we have seen before as well. Leaf of Peace is a new one. 1 mana. Until the beginning of your next turn, players can't attack or declare attacks unless they pay 1 reserve for each attack declaration. So, sort of like a propaganda from Magic. Yeah, those sort of effects is pretty good. There is a one-time effect from the material deck that costs 2 per attack declaration, so having a main deck option is always nice to have as well. Harder, Refresh Chamber, Exercise, Curses, Bottled Fortlight, and we have an alternate hero. Once again, this is a level 1 alternate hero, Vanitas, Obliviate Schemer. So, unlike the other Lineage Break champions, this one's a level 1, so you can go to him straight away, or like really early. Vanitas can only level into another Vanitas champion, so even though you can level up from a level 0 into him, you can't then go into a different Lineage Break champion. I believe it's for balancing reasons, because these champions can unlock new elements for your deck, so having a wind element at level 1 and then a third element at level 2 might be a bit hard to justify the balance, so yeah. And then on enter, if there's another wind element card in your lineage, glimpse 4. So it's sort of rewarding you for playing a wind spirit at level 0. I don't know if the glimpse 4 is worth having a second element to play with, though. That is a judgment to make. Smash the obelisks. It's just Tenoris grabbing a domain and smashing with it like a weapon. So 3 mana, 6 attack. Yikes. As an additional cost, sacrifice a domain you control, and then smash with the obelisk gets +X attack, where X is the reserve cost of the domain. So most of the domains cost 3, but you can do other domains too, not necessarily Tenoris specific ones. And yeah, I mean, if you do the Tenoris ones, it's 3 mana, 9 attack. And considering heroes are like around 15 to 20 HP, level 3 is like 25 to 30, that's a big chunk of HP that they would lose if that goes through to face. We have Rusted Warshield as our rare. This is our first shield card of the box opening. So it costs 1 from memory. Banish the Warshield, prevent 2 damage that would be dealt to your champion this turn. Draw a card into memory as on top of that. So yeah. Most of the time, material cards that cost a banish from your memory will replace itself eventually with a draw effect. But that's not necessarily like a strict law. It's just a suggestion. Okay. I have on my other screen Momochi playing Lies of P. I just want to sometimes occasionally check up on her. Okay, we have a spirit here on our front slot. So this is generally how you start the game off. You start off with 15 HP, and this is the way to draw your opening hand. It's a very interesting way of doing the logistics of these things. They did try experimenting last set, at the 1.5 set, with a different kind of spirit, where they added their sort of mulligan kind there, where you glimpse 6, but you can only draw 6 as well. But you can also, what's it? You could also remove the spirit from the lineage to heal a bunch as well. So there's pros and cons to it. But right now a lot of people are valuing the 7 draw over the 6 draw. Healing Aura, we have seen. Excoriate, we have seen before. Stream of Consciousness, Reposition, Study the Fables, Sidestep, Wave Rider Protector, Sanctum of Esoteric Truth. Okay, a new one. Calculated Foresight. So he is playing chess on the water. 2 mana slow, put 2 cards from your deck into the put top 2 cards from your deck into the graveyard, and banish a card with floating memory. If you do, your champion gains ranged 3 for the turn. Okay. Not sure how I would rank it. Seems like a decent effect. Alright, Whirlwind Vizier, 3 mana, 2/2. Whirlwind Vizier gets +1 HP if you are a cleric, and you can pay 3, tap the Vizier, sacrifice the Vizier, destroy target non-fractal Fantasia. Okay. Seems like a lot of hurdles to go through. But it is a decent stat line. We have Demon's Aim as our rare, 2 mana, slow. It is a curse. You can put Demon's Aim on the bottom of your champion's lineage. Then your champion's attacks gain True Sight and cannot be redirected by intercept cards. And you can choose targets for this attack as though units didn't have Taunt. It does have a minus though, it is a curse after all. That your HP cap or your life cap is subtracted by 2. So if you do have multiples of these, it will be -2 per curse. So you gotta be wary about that one. But don't the curses sound so exciting of a playstyle? That's kind of why I'm looking forward to it. Hold on. Since I do have an extra screen up, let me just move this to that other screen, see where she's up to. Okay. It is a bit laggy, but I think that's because I'm streaming at the same time as well. If you guys do have time, go check out Momochi Mio. She mainly does ASMR, but she is playing a game right now. At least the Spirit of Fire, same thing, just activates the fire element for your deck. Alchemist we have seen, Tenant we have seen, Blazing Charge, Take Aim, Bottled Forge Light, Study the Fables. Sidestep. We do have a foil card, and it isn't a foil SR. Nice. It is a ranger card too, so that is always a plus. A Wind Ranger. This box really wants me to play Wind Ranger. It is Purse, Relentless Raptor. 3 mana, 1/3, range 2. You can tap her to suppress target ally, or item, or weapon. You can only activate this ability if she is distant. Okay. And she is the owner of the Mechanical Hawk that we saw before. Oh, that's a nice nice foil pick. Foil unique characters tend to actually have good value in them. We have seen Tactical Retreat, Rapid Reload, and Dusk Light Communion. This is a unique Fantasia. As an additional cost to activate this card, Banish an Astra or Umbra element card from a material deck. Okay. On enter, if the banished card was Astra, destroy up to one target Fantasia. If the banished card was Umbra, Dustlike Communion gains champion get minus level 1. Champions get minus level 1. That's a very weird effect. It can be both good and bad, I think. For cards that need certain level requirements, it's bad. Like you need to be level 2 to get this sort of bonus kind of effect. But I wonder if you could skip levels because of that. Probably not. I think it's just overall all bad. But yeah, that's another SR. That's a lot more SRs than I expected. My friend is gonna be very, very upset by seeing this. This is only the first box. I'll do this as well. Okay. Alright, we're almost there, guys. Almost the first box done. Mana Root. Okay, so the Mana Root is number 2. There was a card that specifically wanted Mana Root. So there it is. Sacrifice it to get +1 level for the turn on your champion. Hypothermia we have seen, Empowered Tincture we have seen. Another Lash for the boys. Airship Engineer, Wave Rider Protector, Sanctum of Esoteric Truth, and an Chaining Gale for our commons. Field Maiden as well for our commons. Okay, Allied War Priest, uncommon. Frostbite we have seen, and Storm of Thorns we have also seen. So hopefully the rest of the boxes will be this fast. Okay, ikuzo. Another Great Sword token. Another Into the Fray. Another Unearthed Revelation. Consciousness. Potion. Trained Sharpshooter. Wow, we actually have another common that we haven't seen before. 3 mana, 2/3. Her stats are pretty good. And she has range 2 for a colorless card. Wow, she is pushed. That's a push stat line, I think. The art, I wonder if it's because my settings are bad, like contrast level and stuff like that. I don't know if I can change it right now. It is occupied. Could I do this maybe? Up the contrast. Up the saturation as well? Is it up the saturation or minus the saturation? I think go sharpness level 3. That might be better. I don't know. It could just be lighting that's the issue. Oh, it looks so grainy now. Yep. I'm just bad at this kind of thing. But, you can at least see her face. I don't even see her face. That's sad. Empowering Prayer. Oh god, now it looks really bad on my end. What is going on? Okay, this one's better. Empowering Prayer. 2 mana fast. Your champion gets a level 2 until the end of turn. Then, if your champion is equal to the amount of cards in your memory, draw a card. Ooh, so you gotta do some math. I mean, Cleric did seem like an RNG kind of class, but now it's math-based too. Okay, Airship Cruiser we have seen. Strategic Warfare we have seen. We have seen the Airship Cannoneer, Repelling Palm Blast, and a new bullet, Turbulent Bullet. Yeah. So it's a 0 cost. So 0 cost bullet, so Diana could get this at level 2. and it is renewable. So I believe renewable means once you use it, it actually goes back into your material deck rather than the banish zone. So that's always nice to see. So load into the gun, yes, yes, yes. Class bonus on hit, up to 2 target allies you control get +1 attack until the end of the turn. Okay, nice to see some recycling effects from our ammunition. Okay. Another Arasana level 2. Another Arbalist. Leap of Priest. Healing Aura. Excoriate. Automated Bomber. I believe this is the first time we've seen her. 3 mana, 1/2. Pretty bad stats, but if you are distant, she does get +4 attack. Thanks to her range, and she is class bonus floating memory. Shimmerlock Assassin. I'm not expecting an assassin card here. 3 mana, 2/2. She does have stealth, so she can only be attacked by units that already have true sight. 3 mana, 2/2 stealth, pretty good. Pretty good for a 3 cost. So she's just an automated girl. I thought it kind of looked like she was an insect because of the head thing, but that was just a rag. Organized Lance, Glacial Concourse, Neopsite, we have seen before. Freezing Rounds, we have seen before. And we have a Fractal of Creation. So this is a Fractal Fantasia that I did talk about a bit ago. I didn't really go into it too much, but fractals are basically mana rocks that you can pay for one of these yellow costs. That's what the reservable means, basically. So sacrifice Fractal Creation, summon a token copy of a target token you already control. So you could like copy like, this weapon, for instance, or another domain, but these domains are unique, so be careful about that. You could copy an herb, I guess, but as a guardian, you probably won't do that. Alright. Level 1 Tanoris, a lone mercenary, 20 health on enter. Tanoris gains taunt until the beginning of your next turn. Yeah. The camera really isn't doing that hot so far on the art. I do apologize, Grand Archive people, Weebs of the Shore. Yeah. Like I said, looks way too similar to Last Rider Crow. Not that I'm, like, accusing of anything, but, like, the similarities are kind of funny. Okay. Valkyrie we've seen, Potion of Healing we've seen, Reconnaissance Field, Sky of the Skies, Enchanting Gale, another Shield Maiden, another Trained Sharpshooter, another Empowering Prayer. Ooh, Vanish from Sight. So, who is this? Is this perhaps Tristan? It is definitely Tristan, even though the flavor text says Tristan, but yeah, did not expect her to appear in Alchemical Revolution. This makes me think that this is just a different city in the same world. So that's confusing to me. But 3 mana, fast, activate only during your opponent's recollection phase. And the effect is your champion gains stealth until the end of the turn. So it's sort of like the propaganda effect that what I showed before, but this time it stealths your champion. So he can't be attacked unless enemies have true sight. Explosive Fractal, 3 mana, class bonus for Cleric and 4+ memory. On enter, deal 2 damage to target champion. And it is reservable, so it is a mana rock. I don't know about that one. I believe Fire had a similar fractal in the last set, but it targeted allies only. So I don't know which one's more important, ally burn or champion burn. Obviously, universal burn is good, but that might be a bit too broken for something that could be useful to use. I don't know. Rare is Torrential Blast. I believe this is the first time I've seen it. 3 mana. Put the top 2 cards from your deck into the graveyard if you are a cleric, and then you deal an amount of damage up to 1 target ally equal to the amount of water cards in your graveyard. So, not as good as you would think because it's only against allies. It would have been pretty busted against champions. That would kind of skyrocket the mill plan strategy to kind of like roguish levels, and that's probably unhealthy for the game. So, thankfully, it's on allies only. Okay, nearing the home stretch. We have 3 packs left on the first box. Why am I so slow at this? I guess that's to compensate for the very short stream of Tekken yesterday. I believe Harada said, or not Harada himself, but the Tekken team did say that they fixed it, the crashing issues. So maybe I will go back to it fairly soon. I do want to go back to Power World, and I still need to finish Dawn of War. But yeah, Tekken is still gonna happen. I did play a bunch load right after the stream with friends, and no crashes whatsoever. So I think the update just happened as soon as I ended the stream, which is very unfortunate. It do be like that sometimes. Alright, level 3 Arasana. I don't think we had a level 3 Arasana, or we might have the other one, but still. Astra. Once per turn, you can pay the Star Calling cost for 0 instead. Once per turn as well, so if you can manage to glimpse on both turns, that's a lot of value generated from your champion. Rainy, Flash, Lone Gunslinger, Blazing Charge, Airship Cruiser, Strategic Warfare, Automaton Bomber, and we do have another foil in the back. We have Barter Herbs. Okay. One of the first cards that I did open, and it does seem a bit poetic to have a foil copy of it too. That's a nice foiling there. You see all foil cards have their class emblem in the bottom. So if, for instance, you had a multi-class card foil, it would have 2 emblems as well. I don't think a card has had 3 emblems so far, but there is always the possibility for that. Rigid Bash as our other uncommon, or our first uncommon of the pack. 3 mana, costs 2 less if you control a shield. It is an attack card, so 2 mana or 3 mana to attack. On hit, if you are a guardian, the hit unit doesn't wake up during the next wake up phase, unless that player pays 2. I believe that's just a one-time thing. So if you don't pay this, your unit will wake up without having to pay. So I think that's how it's read. Umbra Sight. This is our first Umbra sight card. I believe we still haven't opened an Astra sight. So yeah, nice Diana here. Her outfit looks a lot more different in her level 3 art. So yeah, you know what I'll do for the VOD is I'll actually put like each art like on this corner. So so it makes up for the fact that I am doing such a bad job with this camera. This camera, I have to find a way to fix it somehow. Ooh, this is nice art. Fire-Blooded Oath. 5 mana. It is indeed a Guardian card. It costs 2 less if you are a Guardian. As an additional card, additional cost to activate this card, banish 3 fire cards from your graveyard. Yikes. Damn. But the effect is level up your champion. At the beginning of the next end phase, de-level your champion. Huh. Fire Guardian. That is an interesting line to go through. Because normally level 3, or going to level 3, costs you have to banish 3 cards from your memory or 3 floating memory cards. If you can actually pay it just for 3 fire cards that exist in your graveyard, might actually be worth doing. Because, let's see. At the beginning of the next end phase, de-level your champion. Okay, that might change things a bit. I was hoping it would last a full turn cycle, but seems like it's a tough card to evaluate. Maybe if you had, because this is obviously for Guardian, so Neos. If you have a Neos card that you really want to play that turn, you could probably level your champion just so you can have access to the Neos element. But since it doesn't last a full turn cycle, you can't wait for the recollection phase to summon an obelisk token. So it might be contingent on the other Tenoris instead. But we have seen this one before, the sword generating obelisk. Escape the wreckage we have seen. These cards. Another assassin, pretty nice. Okay, Windbless, not Windbless. Windbless Gatekeeper. 1/2, 2 mana. She is a taunt, so when you declare an attack, you must attack the taunt units first. There's multiple taunt units, then you can choose which one. On enter, you can pay 2 extra. If you do, you put a buff counter on target Guardian ally you control. So you can obviously target herself, so she'll be a 4 mana 2/3, and that's probably a good enough stat line in terms of cost as well. Yeah, it might be worth actually considering. Distilled Atrophy is our rare card of the pack. It is a potion. To brew it, you can sacrifice 1 Blight Root and 1 herb. And then at the beginning of your recollection phase, you put an age counter on it. So it's kind of like the fine wine potion before. Sacrifice Distilled Atrophy. Target champion gets -X levels, where X is the age counters. And if that champion reaches level 0 or lower, you can deal X damage to them as well. So similar to the other age potion, getting that early is always a plus. I've had my mic in a different angle today. I hope the audio is not bad. And I haven't did a preliminary check either. So whoopsies. Blight Root. Rolling the 1. Okay, let's just speed through this. Okay, this is a new one, definitely. I think it's a new one. Convalescent Tonic. It might not actually be a new one, actually. I think I did see this before. But just in case, 1 Frazier. For the brew cost, sacrifice it to put 2 cards from hand to... Okay, no, I definitely did see it before. Okay, let's speed things through. Meltdown, Winds of Retribution, and then Shatterfall Keep. It's another domain. It's a unique domain. 3 mana. Tap to banish with a card with floating memory from your graveyard. Put top 2 cards from your deck to the graveyard. And then the upkeep at the beginning of recollection phase, if there are 3 or less than 3 water element cards in your graveyard, you have to sacrifice the Shadowfall Keep. Again, it's self-mill versus just normal mill. Not sure how to evaluate if it's in if it's in the best place right now, or if it still needs more tools for the strat. Well, that is our first box. Yeah. Gonna have to sort these later, but that was pretty alright first box. A lot of SRs. I didn't expect that. And the winner of the pack is probably winner of the box is probably this. First, foil, nice and foiled. We'll keep the foils here. URs. We can keep the URs here too. The SRs we can keep too. So we're just going to be cleaning up everything else. Alright, get the next box. Why is this knife not cutting properly? Lots of plastic. Oh dear. Alright, speedrun time. 2 Dianas, 1 Arasana. Okay. We have the other level 3 Arasana now. Arasana Lucent Arbiter. So, she is the negate version of the Arasana playstyle. K3, tap Arasana, reveal the top card of your deck, negate target card activation if its reserved cost is equal to the reserve cost of the revealed card. So it's sort of like a Kozilek, the first one from Magic, where you can counter a spell by discarding a card from your hand that has the same cost as the spell. It's sort of like that. It's not exactly, but it's sort of like that. Come on, guys. Okay. So, like again, we're gonna skip the stuff that we have already seen. We're gonna go straight into what we haven't seen before, which is right now. Young Peacekeeper. The pretty burly girl. Like I said, I'll have the art on the VOD in the corner, maybe, just to do the art a lot more justice than I am doing right now. 3 mana, 1/2. Has floating memory for cost bonus if you're a guardian. Has the fostered keyword. If fostered is achieved, she will get +1/+1. So we get 3 mana, 2/3, which is good in terms of cost to stat efficiency, but the fostering is kind of a hurdle you have to go through. And we're already starting with an SR, Anathema's End. It is a bullet, and it's a bullet I'm very excited about. It's 3 mana, 1 damage, but if you're a ranger with champion class bonus, on champion hit, banish all curses, then for on the hit champion's lineage, and then for each curse banished this way, deal 2 unpreventable damage to that champion. So it's sort of a detonate on enemy curses. Plus, if you're playing the Ranger Mirror, they will probably play curses to themselves as well. And that's a nice way to both further your plans and kind of mess with your opponents as well. Because I think it was Demon's Aim that curses yourself, but gives you some bonuses on top of the negatives. But yeah, if it gets interrupted, then it feels bad moment. Okay, level 2 Tanaris. There is another. I believe each level 2 has a different art. There's one with a shirtless version of him. Maybe we'll get it. Who knows? Although I think it might just be exclusive to the signed version. Tanaris level 2, Might of Humanity, 25 HP for a level 2 champion. On enter, Tanaris' next attack gets +3. So nice big Unga Bunga classic guardian there. Although warrior probably is what you would think of, but in this game, Guardian seems to be all about the heavy hitting. Warrior this game is probably more flexible, um, even though it probably doesn't make sense in from other games' perspectives. Okay, nice. So far, just the same cards. You are definitely not an SR. You're rare. On a minute. Okay. Oh, we have an automaton drone. Just the 1/1. Some cards do. Sorry if you hear the fan in the background. It's just so hot in my room right now. But yeah, some cards do spawn the automated drone. I believe one of Tenoris's obelisks also does that as well. So yeah, these automatons are so weird to me in terms of art, because like it kind of looks like AI art, but I don't want to label it like that. It's probably just the style that AI art has tend to evolve into or devolve into, if you're whichever side of the fence you're on. I'm not gonna get into that really. Okay. Here we go with our Astra Sight. So, draw a card, or glimpse one, then draw a card, and it has star calling 0. So if you do see it during the glimpse, you can activate it. I don't know if for star calling you have to meet the element requirement. It's very powerful if it is. So yeah, not sure about that. Fire-tuned automaton. It's a bit weird of an art. 2 mana, 3/1. As an additional cost to activate this card, discard a fire card. And that's it. Yeah. Okay. So you can't play it without discarding a fire card and 2 mana. Ooh, it's 3/1. Has cost bonus floating memory. That's a tough sell, especially for the fire class, fire element. Anyway, Tethered in Flames. We have seen it before. I don't know why I was showing it to you like it's the first time, but yeah. Okay. Sword we have seen. Tonic we've seen. Harvester we've seen. Okay, this is our first foil of the box. Perfect Repulsion. I believe this is also the first time we've seen this card. Nice foiling there. Nice rainbow foiling. 2 mana, fast. Next time, target unit would take X damage, prevent that damage, and then where X is the amount of cards in your memory. Draw a card if damage was prevented this way. I butchered the reading of that, but basically, prevent X damage where X is the number of cards in your memory. Sacrificial Altar, we've seen this in the foil version. Ooh, level 2 Vanitas. So, something worth noting, this is the first champion, kind of. There's one before, but no. First champion with an inherent attack stat. So he can attack without a weapon or attack card. So that's interesting. Vanitas himself, I don't know how much into the cleric playstyle he does, because you can see whenever you activate a spell, he gets an attack. He gets +1 on his attack if he attacks with a weapon, and then on champion hit, if 7 or more damage was dealt, opponents materializing costs 1 more until the beginning of the next turn. I don't know how well he works towards the typical Astra Cleric playstyle. It seems like Vanitas kind of paved his own sort of um, play route, so there's that. But I like how they're experimenting at least, even though they did experiment a couple sets ago. The very first set with Trisket. Okay. Hopefully we're speedrunning now. Any more lone gunslingers is always nice. Okay, a new card. Deploy Gun Shield. Target gun you control gains Spell Shroud until the end of the turn. So this saves your weapon, because the guns specifically are pretty gimmicky. They need to be loaded with a weapon to use, so like your opponent has more opportunities to interact before that happens. So yeah, being able to save your gun is always nice. Perfect Repulsion, we just had a foil version of it, so that's nice. Cascading Round is another bullet, 0 cost, renewable, 2 attack bullet. And then when you load it, if you hit, you can put the top card of your deck into the graveyard. With another Self-Miller. Like I said, not sure about the payout unless you've already pre-planned with like scrying floating memories on top or something of that nature. And it is not a May either, so you gotta be worried. You gotta be more careful playing around that. It's a must ability. Alright. Lina, level 3, Valkyrie, Harvest Herbs, Reconnaissance, Wreckage, Duelist, Trading Post, Assassin, Chamber. And then Overwhelming Swing is our Guardian Fire Attack, 6 mana, 5 attack. Class bonus if you're a Guardian, and if you're level 2, combat damage dealt by this attack is unpreventable. So big secured hit here. One of the few spells that doesn't get a discount, but unpreventable damage is always nice to have. God of Stamina is a 4 mana potion that costs alternatively 1 Spring Leaf and 2 other herbs. Sacrifice Drought of Stamina, wake up all ally you control. Huh. Not bad. Not bad indeed. We have an SR, another Astra SR here. Astral Seal. This is another negate spell. So it costs 3 less if it targets an activation of a card with the same name as any card in any banishment. So it's basically, if you've already countered the same card before, this specific counter spell will cost for free. And that's just negate target card activation. And then banish cards negated this way. This is a hard counter spell. Most of the other counter spells were kind of like dispersions and things of that nature, or manatize, where you could pay to prevent the negation from going through, but this is probably our first hard counterspell. And it's a strong one. It could potentially be free. Looks like Momo's still in the first boss as I watch the other screen. Alright, the same cast of characters. Alright, Rocket Jump with, I forgot your name, I'm so sorry. Polehawk? Rocket Jump, 5 mana, fast. It does cost 2 less if you are a ranger. Target unit becomes distant. If that unit is defending, deal 4 damage to its attacker. So, yeah. With Polehawk, I think that's his name, oh god. It will cost 3? It will cost 2. Because of the class bonus plus Polehawk's inherent -1. So it's pretty good for him specifically. Scavenge the Distillery. Just a young kid stealing poison? Huh. 3 mana, cost 1 less if you are a cleric. Return up to 1 target potion from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Nice recycle effect here. And we have a Neos card, Amorphous Strike. 3 mana, 4 attack. Tenoris is just wielding a Sword of Light. Class bonus on attack, you may banish an attack card from your graveyard. If you do, Amorphous Strike gets plus X, where X is that banished card's power. So, very scary. If you banish something like Smash the Obelisk, which has X of 6, this card is gonna swing for 10. Sometimes, like, I always view Guardian as, like, simple, unga bunga, I keep saying, but, you know, sometimes people just like that front, that straightforwardness, the bluntness that, I could have. Oh, looks like Momo is retrying again. She's on death 22. Hopefully she gets this. Okay. Oh, okay. This was the first hard pack to open. Alright. Tenoris. The first one. We have not gotten the other one yet, so I don't think we have. I'm so bad at memories right now. I've always been bad at remembering things. Ooh. New uncommon, Crystalline Archer. So she is a ranger. She? He? I don't know. You tell me, guys. 2 mana, 1/2. He has range 3, so he can be a 4/2 if he wants to. On attack, banish a card with floating memory. If you do, draw a card, and he gets distant for the turn. I like it. Good stats, especially with ranged. And banishing floating memory, if it was just distant, it would be a bit iffy. But since he also draws a card, I do like that. Everyone likes drawing cards. Fiery Warcry, a new card as well. Guardian skill, 2 mana, slow. Discard a card, then discard a card. Class bonus, if you're a Guardian, you may banish a fire element card from your graveyard. When you do, target ally loses taunt and intercept for the turn. Yeah, so nice way of getting past those sort of annoying roadblocks. Humble Tithe we have seen before. It is a rare, right? It is a rare. Alright. Yeah. Since I did get a case, I have a slight chance of opening a signed card. Probably not going to happen. It is 1 in every 15, and a case is 6 boxes, so I have about a 30% chance of getting it, maybe slightly higher, but I doubt it. Actually, it might be exactly 40% chance. Right? Yeah, I think so. 30%. If it was 3 boxes, it would be 25%. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, my math. Math is so bad right now. Looks. Oh, is it 50-50? It's not 50-50. What the hell am I talking about? It is 40%. Because if I had 3, it would be 20. 6 is 40. If I had 9, it would be 60, and so on and so forth. Nice little combo art here. Just speeding through. We have Vanitas as the main focus of the art here. Dominating Strike. Cleric Fist. 3 mana, 4 attack. You may reveal 3 wind elements from your memory rather than paying this reserve cost. Weapons can't be used for the attack. So Vanitas is more of a monk rather than a cleric, but since the classes there's a finite amount of classes, they made a compromise there, I think. 4 mana, Summon Sentinels. Tenoris with a couple of armored, I guess, automatons in the back. Cost 1 less for each domain you control. Summon 2 automated drones tokens, each with a buff counter on them. So 4 mana at worst. Summon 2 2/2s. But it could be as good as 0 mana summon 2/2/2s. Resplendent Kite Shield, another rare, another rare shield for Tenoris. Or might not have to be Tenoris, but still. 0 mana, on enter, put a refinement counter on Kite Shield. Cost bonus, put 2 refinement counters instead. And then you can tap it to remove a refinement counter to prevent 1 damage that would be dealt to your champion this turn. Not sure how I think about that. It can enable the shield discounted cards. But I think Material deck is very tight on slots, so not sure if it's worthy to have a material slot or not. Okay. Oh. Fireworks display. So this is a new character, Rococo. We have not opened her yet. Hopefully so. Or hopefully I will soon. 3 mana, fast. Deal 1 damage to all units target player controls until the end of the turn. If that unit that player controls would die, banish it instead. Yeah, so nice way to get through on death effects, and just a good way to keep units away from the graveyard. Potion Infusion Starlight, I believe this is the first time seeing it as well. 3 mana slow. Dark Holding 1. Rest target potion. If you do, it gains on sacrifice until the end of the turn. Your champion gets +4 levels for the turn. Right. Hopefully that's the majority of the other cards I haven't seen before away. Alright. Grieving Torment, I've seen before. Healing Aura, Excoriate. Okay. Sea Sprite Diver, we have seen before. Veteran Blaze Bearer, we have seen before. Ooh, you are someone new. Who are you? Lena. Lena? Lena. Dorumage's Herald. A 3 mana, 1/3. Class bonus, Ranger True Sight. You can pay 4 to tap her. To look at top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal a Ranger card from among them, put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of the library. It costs 2 less if she is distant. Okay, that's kind of exciting. I'm very excited for Ranger. Oh. I might lower the fan again. I'm worried it bleeds into the stream. Okay. Arsana level 2. Armored Valkyrie. Healing. Fertile Grounds. I've seen before, right? Yep. Navigate the Streets, we've seen before. Celestial Calling. Rare. 4 mana. Class bonus, cost 2 less. Reveal cards from the top until you reveal an Astra spell card. Banish that card, put the rest into the bottom in random order. And then at the beginning of your next recollection phase, you may activate the banished card without paying its mana cost. Okay. I gotta be big brain about that. Having to predict in the future. Hopefully you don't get screwed on timing restrictions. You probably don't, right? Okay. Another Obelisk. Trainee. Flash. Gunslinger. Another Vanitas. Smash with Obelisk. Full Step. Okay, that was our rare. Full Step. 1 mana. Fast. Ranger skill. If damage would be dealt to your champion, prevent 2 of that damage. Your champion becomes distant, and you can pay 2. If you do, your allies you control also become distant. The loaded card. Pretty loaded. That's very nice. I want more of those, please. Arasana level 1. Reposition. The same cast of characters. A new one. A Vaporjet Shield Bearer. Steadfast. He is a 2-mana 1/3. Class bonus on hit. Look at the top card of your deck. You may put it into the graveyard. So this is a little better because it says you have the chance to look at the top of your deck first. Okay. Vanishing Shot, another bullet. I don't remember if we've seen this one before. 1 mana 2 damage. On ally hit, you may return hit ally to its owner's memory. Oh, well. We have our Divine Relic of the set. Temporal Spectrometer. Yeah, I am so bad with reacting to these. I don't know how good this card is, but it is a Divine Relic, so you can only have one Divine Relic in your deck at one time. It is very hard to beat the very first one, which is just straight up draw a card. But this is interesting. Divine Relic, 0 cost. You can tap it to put a time counter on the spectrometer while paying for a memory cost. So I believe this is memory cost referring to the blue. You may sacrifice the temporal spectrometer to pay for X of that cost, where X is number of time counters on it. That is nice. Oh no, I feel bad now. Yeah. Okay, back to the fray. Oh, so the tokens can be foiled too. That is something I didn't know I needed to know, but now I do like knowing that. That was such a bad sentence. What is wrong with me? Yeah. Now I have the desire to want at least one of each other herb. Oh god. Foresight we have seen. Vizier we have seen. Fatal Timepiece I believe we have not seen before. Those are rare. 0 cost at the beginning of each player's recollection phase. If they did not materialize a card this turn, deal 2 unpreventable damage. Even though this says it's a cleric card, I think this is going to be a pretty good ranger card because we have access to. I say we as in I'm a ranger, but rangers have access to the renewable bullets. So we'll always have something to materialize at least. Meanwhile, people will eventually run out of material cards to use. So yeah, I think that is the intention. Okay. Spirit of Water. Excoriate. We need more Crimson Tears, man. Come on, I haven't gotten a single one. Okay. Flash Freeze. This is another counter spell. Not a hard counter spell though. Costs 4 or 2 less if you are a cleric. Negate target card activation unless its controller plays level. And I believe the level is referring to the counterspell user's champion level, not the person that's being negated champion's level. And like always, banish the card that was negated. Force Load. Yeah, I don't have a anime character to make comparison to this time. 2 mana, choose a fire or norm element bullet that costs 0, load it into target gun you control. Oh, this is nice. A Shade Cursed Hunter. So she's an Umbra ally here. 2 mana, 2/1, so not that great, but she does have ranged 5 and stealth. So she can be a 7/1. And even better, she can become a curse on death. So it could feed into the curse Diana playstyle pretty nicely there. Because you do need like 4 curses to activate the ability. Alright. More her, please. More of everyone, really. Norse. Harvest Herbs. Oh, another foil. Crystalline Distiller. The pot mixing guy. Raise the Land as an uncommon. 3 mana, destroy target domain, just straight up. And it has a generic floating memory. Same thing. Ooh. Okay, talking about domains, we have Gloam Spire Black Market, a unique domain, Assassin Market. This one's interesting. I did want a copy of this actually. So tap, each player with influence less than 7 draws a card into their memory, and you can only activate this at slow speed. A bit sad, but oh well. And then at the upkeep, at the beginning of your recollection phase, if your influence is 8 or greater, sacrifice Gloam Spire. So influence refers to cards in both your memory and hand. So if you have 8 combined, then you have to sacrifice this. So the idea, I think, is for fire aggro to just always burn cards from your hand to keep that number low and constantly use the tap effect to draw cards. I like it. Not so much for aggro, because I'm not really an aggro player, but aggro players like it. I believe this is the starter deck Arasana. Okay, speed things through. Another Vanishing Shot. Another Lava Heated Brew. And a Fractal of Snow. So 2 mana. Cleric Fractal. It is reservable, so it's a mana rock. Last bonus, you can sacrifice the Fractal of Snow. Next time one or more allies would enter the battlefield this turn, they enter the battlefield rested instead. So it's kind of like a frost orb, not a torpor orb. But you know what I mean, right? A winter orb. I think that's what it is, but only for allies at least. So not so much like a winter orb. I can't think of one. Blind Obedience, but that also targets artifacts, I think. It's just a hoser. That's what it is. Alright. I believe this is our first time getting the Wind Spirit. Escape the Wreckage. Trainee. Surgery. Warfare. Okay. Another Tactical Retreat. Another Rapid Reload. And Enhanced Potency. This is the first timer. 3 mana. Cost 1 less if you're a Cleric. Rest target potion. If you do, the next time you activate an ability of that potion, this turn, copy that ability. You may choose new targets. Okay. Just value stuff. Okay. Have 1 Diana. Gunslinger? Yeah. Looping Talon. Fanatical Devotee. And a Gloam Spire Wraith. So the other Umbra ally. 3 mana, 3/2. Pretty good stats. Range 2 for class bonus. And as long as the Gloam Spire Wraith is distant, it has on hit recover X, which X is the number of damage that she dealt. It was a lifesteal. I really do like the design. Not sure on the art. I don't know what her weapon is. Is it a Is it a pistol with a blade on the end? It's like Squall's gunblade. But then she has another gun on her right. I don't know. I do like it though. I think I said that about everything. This box opening. I'm a disaster. Alright, we have the other Tenoris this time. Tenoris Creations Will. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm gonna put the art in the corner. Yeah, still 30 health, still Neos. If you would summon one or more tokens, you may summon that many Aurora Steel Greatsword tokens instead. So it's kind of like a doubling season, but it's more of a replacement effect instead. Actually, it is more of a replacement effect. So it's sort of like, an Angelic Domain? No, Divine Visitation, I think, is the card. But yeah, token weapons you control have sacrifice this object. Target weapon gets plus X, where X is the object's power. So I think the idea is to sack many sword tokens to combine into one big mega token, a mega sword. So yeah, I like that. I think I like this one better than the other Tenoris, but yeah. I kind of like the other one too, where you summon domains. It's just probably a bit more gimmicky. I don't know if it's gimmicky. This one's more committal, and you kind of want to finish the game quicker. But yeah. Oh, okay. A new character. I believe this is the one that is on the Exosar's The Curse art. So Jenny, Gifted Merchant, is a 3-mana 0/2. You pay 2 and tap. Banish a card from your graveyard. If the banished card was an automaton card, you can summon an automaton drone. Then, if the banished card had floating memory, you can put 2 +1/+1 token counters on an automaton ally you control. So, if you banish an automaton with a floating memory, I think the timing is simultaneous. So, nice. Anna root. Okay. Like this. Compelling Palm Shot, another Neo Sight. Attune with the Flame. Yep. Simple. I like simple. First Breaker Diana. Pendant, please for peace. Prime Soul Bishop. Polhawk? It's Polkhawk, okay. My bad. Another Battlefield Spotter, very nice. That's my second one. You want 2 more of these? Especially if I'm gonna go the Wind Ranger route. Last pack of box 2. This one was slightly faster than the other one, I think. Sword Obelisk. Subjugating Lash. Okay. Got a Nico. A Veiled Dash. 4 mana fast. Cost 2 less if you're a ranger. Up to 2 cards become distant. Then reveal any amount of wind cards from your memory, prevent the next X damage that would be dealt, where X is the number of wind revealed. And then another rare card, Cyclonic Strike. It's an attack card, 4 cost, 4 attack, class bonus 0. You can suppress a target ally you don't control. If you do, Cyclonic Strike gets -2 attack. Activate this ability only once. So, if there's like an annoying card to deal that you want to get rid of before the the attack to go through. Maybe like going after a Taunter, perhaps. You can get rid of the Taunter in exchange for 2 less attack. So flexibility is always nice there. Alright, that is our second box. Nice. I think we've gotten most of the uncommons out of the way. Hopefully the rares won't take too much of our time. And I'm curious what other goodies we will get from here. So I think this box, the winner is probably the token. I think I do very much like this discovery. And yeah. Tsugi no boxu. Or next box. I don't know what box is in Japanese. I think I did know it before, but now I can't remember. That's very embarrassing. I do apologize to my Japanese teacher. Yeah. All right. Oh, poor Momo. She's still in the same boss. To be fair, it is her first Souls-like game, so I do applaud her for actually trying. I do want to hear if she's raging or not, though. That would be exciting. Oh, I'm such a horrible human being. Alright. Oh, he's avoided me for a while, but he showed up yet again. Nice, another Golem Spire? Star. The cold wind is so nice to have. If anyone is ever watching, I might add it as a. Let me just add it as a moment actually, so I can remember. Actually, no. It should be fine. Ooh. I'm not recording this, am I? Oh crap. Let's start the recording now. Oh, so bad, so bad. Just put the marker here too. I am not very smart. Oh, okay. Straight into a foil. Infusion, Clarity. It's the first time we've seen it too. Tip of mana, yikes. Cost 2 less if you're a cleric. Rest target potion, if you do, it gains on sacrifice, draw 2 cards. Okay. Kind of expensive for draw 2, but you know, it is what it is. Mindbreak Bullet. So 2 mana, 3 cost. Load Mindbreak Bullet to the gun. And then on champion hit, look at that opponent's memory, discard a card from it. Okay, kind of powerful. There's a lot of good bullets though, so I'm not sure it will take place of others. Wind Spirit. Vanitas, level 1, smash the obelisks. Alchemist Kit. 0 cost, rare. Whenever you gather, put a refinement counter on Alchemist Kit, and banish the Alchemist Kit. For every refinement counters that was on the Alchemist Kit, draw a card. Okay, nice payout for gathering. Although it seems like gathering is pretty easy to do, so yeah, I can see turn 2 hit into turn 3 level up. Might be a common play route. Yeah, I think that's a good word. Who knows? We'll do Tanaris. Okay, same cards here. I'm 100% certain now we've seen all the uncommons, all the commons, and sort of 80% about the uncommons. Okay, Aqueous Armor we have seen as well. Nice, we're just speeding through things at box 3. Of course, we still have some SRs we haven't seen yet, and 4 other URs we haven't seen. Okay, nice vanish from sight. I would like a foil version of this card. I do like Tristan so much. Was Fractal, Load Soul. 2 mana, Curse, materialize a bullet from your material deck, then put 2 durability counters on the gun on a gun weapon you control. If you do, put Load Soul at the bottom of your champion's lineage. It is a curse, so -2 HP on your champion. Yeah, pretty good. I can't really say much about that, really. Seems like a must-have, especially for Cursebreaker Diana. Oh god, I've been talking for so long now. Starting to get my get a dry voice. Okay. Frigid Bash, Umbra Sight, Celestial Calling we have seen before. My room is gonna be even more of a mess than as usual. Sword, Trainee. Okay. Gatekeeper, Downpour. Wayfinder's Map. Domain cards cost 1 less to activate. Then you can banish the Wayfinder's Map, draw a card, only activate if you control 3 or more domains. So, Blaze Ranger could be more of a Guardian card. Okay. Weed. Meltdown, Winds of Attribution, Torrential Blast. Spirit. We've had a Veiled Dash, we've had a Fireworks Display, and we have not had a Bombard Flare Cannon. So it's a Ranger Gun, 1 mana, 1/4. Paulhawk bonus. Okay, so this is Paulhawk's signature gun. On attack, if there's a fire element card in this attacker's intent, deal 2 damage to each unit the defending players control. Huh. Kind of sad it's limited to Paulhawk, but it's still a good effect. It's a pretty powerful effect too. Fire card in the intent, I believe, just refers to if there's a fire attack card being used in the attack as well. I think that's what it means. Oh god. Slowly losing the voice. I've been streaming for almost a week now. I think this is day 6 of my of the streaming path so far. Which I'm impressed that I even on that consistent. I do have tomorrow as a day off, so nice day to reorganize and rest a bit. But yeah, I am stupid for not recording from the start. I have 3 hours of footage to recover and edit, I guess. So, Archer, Warcry. Ooh, okay, a new person has arrived. So Rose, Eternal Paragon. He is a warrior guardian automaton. 4 mana, 2/3, so pretty bad in terms of stat cost efficiency. I think. Maybe. Or maybe it's just average. Intercept, True Sight. She has fast activation if you have the class bonus. And on level 2, when she enters, you can change a target of an attack to Rose. Rose will get +1 health for that turn. So she's sort of a noble sacrifice kind of effect. If you remember Hearthstone. If you guys have played Hearthstone and the noble sacrifice, the get down guy, it's kind of like that. But with 4 health, she'll probably live a lot of things, so yeah. You'll live a lot of things. Alrighty. Spirit of Fire. Doriate, we still have yet to see her. Dominating Strike. Summon Sentinels. That there. Seeker's Rifle. So this is Diana's weapon, but it's not Diana bonus. 0 mana, 1/2. It has True Sight and class bonus Spell Shroud. On kill, you may pay 2 if you do materialize a bullet card from your material deck. So it's sort of like a quick reload thing if you do get a kill. So it's a pretty good starter weapon, actually. Okay. Silvershine. Flash Freeze, you have seen. Force Load. Hither Flames. Yikes, 2 counter spells in 1 pack. That's not a good sign. Fabrication. I think this is the first time I have this. This is the automated drone spawning one for Tenoris, and it costs 6. That's getting lashed. Gunslinger. Okay. Raise the Land is our uncommon. Paper Jet Shield Bearer and our Battle Field Spotter. This is our number 3, so that's very good. Just need 1 more of her, and I will be very happy for that. Level 1 Arasana. Bullet through. There she is. Dahlia, Idyllic Dreamer. So the card before I was talking about, the Arch, I forgot her name. Her name is Dahlia. She is a Water Ranger, 1/3 for 3. Class bonus on attack. Look at the top card of your deck. If it is water, you may put it into the graveyard. And she has ranged X, where X is the number of water elements in your graveyard. So she is the water beater of the ranger, the Water Ranger class or the deck. So nice. Definitely do need multiple copies of her because you want to have her consistently every game. But yeah, this is my first one. First Breaker Diana. Nico. Tail Dash. Amorphous Strike. Yeah, but yeah. Since I have tomorrow off, I definitely know what I'm gonna be spending my time with doing. Work, basically. Going through the VODs and seeing if I can get anything worthwhile out of that in terms of editing. Iris Display, Drone, Spell Shield Wind. I've seen it before. Fix this pile. How did it get like this? Okay. Oh. Last pile. Starter Diana. Ooh. Oil Rocket Jump. So, this is a Polkhawk's nice Polkhawk combo here. Prime Soul Bishop. Speaking of Polkhawk, here he is. And Clockwork Amalgam. This is an SR. Neos. A 5-cost Guardian/Tamer spell. Cost 2 less if you have class bonus. And it enters the field as a copy of an ally or weapon on the field, except it has, at the beginning of Recollection phase, return it to hand. Or you may return this object to hand. So it's sort of like a shapeshifter that you can constantly reuse if you want to. Nice. Unfortunate it is Neos, because Tamer would probably like something like that. But maybe Tamer will get a Neos card in the future. Okay. Oh, I see a number in the back. Hopefully it's one of the allies. Force load, raise the land, and oh, it is an ally. This is the UR of the box. Carter. Synthetic Reaper. This is a really strong card. 2 mana, 2/3. It has Cleave. I'm assuming Cleave just means attack everything. Oh, it definitely does mean that. Whenever an ally dies, recover 1, and on enter you may sacrifice another ally you control. Carter will get +2 attack until the end of its turn, and if an ally was sacrificed, you draw a card as well. So, I am really happy about that. That's probably one of the URs I want multiple copies of. Yeah. I was like super confused. Like I thought I already got a UR of this box, but no, there it is. It's like the other URs came pretty early on. Alrighty. Nice. Carter. Not sure what makes him a ranger, but oh, he's a guardian/ranger actually. Now that I take another look at it. Nice. Okay. Diffusive block we have seen. Hydron, Sprite Diver, Awakened Frostguard. First time we've seen her, but she is very similar to another card in the previous set. So she's a 2 mana 1/2, class bonus Foster. On Foster, you can banish up to 2 cards with floating memory. For each card banished this way, put a buff counter on Awakened Frostguard and draw a card. So she can potentially be a 3/4 while also drawing you 2 cards. Do need to foster her, but with other cards that just straight up put the unit to foster, might not be as hard as it appears. Okay. Ah, these gloves. Arsana? Arsana again? Okay. Blaze Bearer, Fertile Grounds, Distilled Atrophy. Obelisk. Stop showing yourself if you're not going to show yourself. Oh, okay. Exercise Curses. Oil. Navigate the streets. There's Dahlia. Vanitas. Another fractal of creation. Okay. Should I up the lighting now? Who knows? Palm Shot, Neosight, another Umbral Tithe. Okay, 2 more packs for box number 3. Norris level 3, the Obelisk one. Freezing Round, Wild Growth Elixir, and Rusted War Shield. It does kind of suck to get duplicates of the material cards because you can only have one of. And I don't think I'm making multiple Guardians, but it will happen, I guess. Okay. Level 2 Diana. Summon Sentinels. Nico. Ocean Starlight. That is box number 3. Pretty good so far. I think I'm very happy with my URs. I mean, I do have 3 more to go. Oh dear. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours and 40? Yikes. Alright. U-Box. Okay. 2 Arisanas and a Tenoris. Man, Kato's music is so good. Yep, that's fine. Load. There she is, Crimson Tear. First one. Hopefully many more to come. So she's a 3-cost 2/2 Assassin Automaton. She is unique. She has a level 1 bonus. As long as she is attacking or retaliating against a human, she gets +1 attack, so 3-2. And then level 2, whenever you activate a reaction card that targets Crimson Tear, you can draw a card into memory. Then, if it is not your turn, you can wake up Crimson Tear. So, thankfully, it's not just assassin reaction cards. It is just generic reaction. So you could probably still play Hulkhawk with Crimson Tear. So, thumbs up for me. I do, if I was to get a sign card from these, I do want a Crimson Tear. Alright, pack number 2, box 4. Land, Vapor Jet, Synthetic Core. This is new. Whenever a non-token automaton ally you control dies, you can banish this card, return that ally to your memory. So technically you could save Crimson Tear with this exact card. Obelisk, Tincture, Flash. Let's just skip all the uncommons. Ooh. Foil common, Forge Light, Shield Maiden. Very nice, very nice. Vanishing Shot. Lava Heated Brew, Potion, Starlight. How much could I get away with in these sleeves? Probably like this. So I'm wearing Iris's Omocat jacket. Because I thought it was the thinnest jacket I have. I could probably wear it, not sweat so much. But haha, joke's on me. That's not exactly turned out as planned. Why am I doing this to myself? Alright, now level 1. Unearth Revelations. Flash Freeze. Force Load. And another Umbral Tide. I believe this is our 3rd or 4th, so at least we have a playset. Red Wind. Another Raise Land. Jet Shield Bearer. Another Brewing Kit. This looks different than the other kit. So 0 cost, green wind. Tap, sack 3 herbs. Look at the top 6. You may reveal a potion item from among them. Put them to your hand. I don't like this actually. First you have to sacrifice 3 herbs, which could then be used to play your potion, and you could potentially miss the potion. So I don't know about this. It's an SR as well. It seems a bit misleading, the rarity. I don't know how important it is to actually just fish for potions, but I could just be underestimating the amount of gather that Cleric has access to. Level 2 Tanaris, reposition. Vanishing Shot, Lava Heated Brew, and a False Set. Nice, our 2nd false step, if I am not mistaken. Free Arasana, Dark Calling one. Nico, Veiled Dash, Fractal of Creation. Oh, poor Momo, she's on death 40 right now. Maiden Drone. Power Display, Supply Drone, Spell Shield Astra. So, this card costs 2 less. It is a 4 cost, or 2 cost if you're a cleric. The next time you would be dealt damage, prevent that damage, and then Glimpse X, where X is the amount damage prevented. Okay, I think this is the first time we've seen this card. Lots of prevention this set too. I'm wondering if they're giving more tools for control decks to live through the aggro. Alright, Naris, Healing Aura. Streets, Comfort. Alright, first through these. This is box 4, right? Yeah, this is box 4. Oh, Spell Shield Astra. It's like a foil Spell Shield Astra this time. Level 1 Vanitas, Flash with Obelisk, a Violet Haze. This is the first time I've seen this. 2 mana, fast, all units control become distant, then put Violet Haze into the champion's lineage. It is a curse. Ugh, Umbra. I love the design so much. The only issue I have with Umbra is that the purple is kind of similar to the Astra purple, so it does take a second extra for me to see if it's actually good with Diana or not. Like, wait a minute. Does this even work with Diana? Oh no, it's an Arasana card. Okay. Level 2 Vanitas and a Crystalline Mirror. 0 cost. Whenever a Fantasia enters the field, under your control, glimpse 1. And then class bonus, you can banish the mirror, destroy target item, with memory cost 0 or reserve cost 3 or less. You only activate it if you control 3 or more Fantasias. It's probably just only for Fantasia focus decks. Those even exist. But it is water, so if any element can run it, it would be water. Grass. Gun Shield, Repulsion, Amorphous Strike. So how have you guys' days been? I know it's pretty late starting that out. Anathema's End again. Nice. Second copy. I'm so bad at these interactions. Especially since not many people chat when they do watch me. Yeah. That's just the grind. So let's not Pile down. Rocket jump. Distillery. Tech shield. Great sword. Black. Archer. Warcry. Falling. Okay. Sana. Reconnaissance. Dominate strike. Storm of Thorn. Oh, okay. Seasoned Shield Master. Old Man. 3 mana, 1/3. Whenever an ally becomes fostered, draw a card into memory. Class bonus, fostered allies you control get +1/+1. So he is another Anthem effect. Or a Lord? I'm pretty sure Lord is only for attack. So that is an SR. Okay. I think we've seen almost all the SRs. I think we are missing like 1 or 2. We're definitely missing Rococo. We've seen a Perse with the foil, so I don't know if that counts. Alright. Oh, okay, nice. Foil Frasier. Ooh. I like how it's selective foiling too, where it's just the plant, the flowers. That's very nice. I was gonna be so sad if I got a duplicate herb, foil herb. Last freeze, boss load, cascading round. 0 cost, 2 attack, it's renewable. On it, put top card, graveyard, into the graveyard. The deck into the graveyard. I think I've already seen this. But there's so many of these effects that it's very hard to tell. Okay. Well, that was a bad open. Diana, Cursebreaker. Raise the land, Shield Bearer, Atrophy. The piles have gone even messier this box. Okay, another Frasier. Okay, another Psychonic Strike. Norris. Nico. Dash. Another Genny. Okay. I would prefer a Crimson Tier, but sure. I have not opened by UR yet. Hopefully it's not a duplicate, or if it is, please be Carter. I'm asking you RNGesus. Spirit. Diver. Play Spirit. Take cover. Take cover. This card costs 1 less. It is a 5 cost. Target unit you control gains stealth until the end of turn. That unit also becomes distant. Huh. 4 mana ranger card. In my opinion, it probably costs 1 more mana than it needs to. Yeah. But that's just my opinion. Right. Oh, well. Another summon. Flash free. Scry the Skies. 3 mana Astra card. Cost bonus. Cleric. You may banish a card named Scry the Skies from your graveyard rather than pay this reserve cost. Until the end of the turn, cards you look at while glimpsing have Star Calling X, which X is the card's reserve cost. So this is my UR of the box. Huh. Okay, that one's definitely a card that you need 4 of, but right. That means I can't open more carters. Last pack off the box. Fireworks, Supply Drone, Tether and Flame. Okay, sort of a mild box this time around. But we do have those. Of course, we should expect those. Yeah. All right. I wonder how my model looks like when I'm away. Probably looks stupid. Damn, I've been going for 4 hours? Holy crap. Wait, have I? Huh. Yes, I have. Alright. Let me just skip straight to the uncommons. Ah, nice. This is my last battlefield spotter I need. Freezing, Elixir, Frostguard, number 2. We do have a foil. Okay, so I should check the 4th last card. We have a Fiery Warcry. Yeah. Ooh. Rococo. Rococo Explosive Maven. She's a fox girl, I believe. 1 cost, 1/1. On enter, if your influence is 4 or less, deal 2 damage to target champion. So the devs did like a pretty pretty cute joke about Rococo. kind of the way that they teased her. People were wondering like, what the hell are these devs talking about? What the hell is a Rococo? And they kept spamming Rococo, Rococo until the card got spoiled, and it was a little fox girl. At least that's how I remember it being spoiled. Hopefully, I'm not getting things mixed up. Right. Fiery Warcry non-foil, but this time. Gloom Spire Lance. It says Lance, but it's pretty much a sniper assault rifle. 0 cost 1/4 gun. Oh, this is the UR of the box. Okay, again, pretty early on. But it's one I do very much wanted. On hit, deal X unpreventable damage to hit unit. Then recover X, where X is the amount of curses in the attacker's lineage +1. Nice. I'm getting really lucky with the URs. I was so worried I would be getting duplicates, plus duplicates that I don't actually want. So, yeah, I'm dodging all these bullets here. Now, speaking of dodging bullets, my goodness. I don't know if you guys follow Hololive, or at least, specifically Rusia. Rusia was terminated like a couple of years back, but her other persona has gone into some hot controversy recently. It's mainly the reason why she got terminated from Hololive in the first place, but yikes, the information that's coming out right now is kind of shocking. Okay, I'm gonna have to refill my drink, holy crap. Okay, onto the skipping. Full cork. Still calling. Anna, Cursebreaker. Another Neopsite. I think I'm already maxed out on Neopsites, so hopefully I'll see less of them. And I think I just passed for Form of Thorns. So less of those too, please. Okay. Elixir, Talon, Potency. Okay, seen that one already. This is box number 5, right? Let me just do this actually. Okay. Norris. Devotee, Retreat. Another Freydis, nice. My second Freydis. Nice, my ranger strategy, or my ranger plan is coming to action. Should be fine. War Priest, attune with the flames. Whew. God damn. So hot in here. This is so hard to open. Okay. Norse, level 2. Warcry, strike. Not the strike. Arsana. Ooh, well, it's not a foil Crimson Tear, but it's a foil Astarte. Celestial Dawn. This is number 2, but this is my first foil of her. Oh, I so much wanted Crimson Tear, but I'll take what I can get. Wow. Came out of nowhere. In Spirit. Frostbite, Cannoneer, Crackle of Snow. Norris. Paper Piece, Surgery, Take Aim, Full Light. Oh, you have a foiled Armored Valkyrie. Foil common. Ooh, nice. A Shade Cursed Hunter, another one. This is my second one. Nice. 2 more of her, please. Arsana. Oh, okay. This is my first Academy guide too. SR, 3 mana, 1/3, Cleric, Animal, Human. Champion cards you materialize cost 1 less to materialize. So she, discounts your level ups by 1. So she's really, I think she's gonna be a really sought after card. But I don't know if she's gonna be as much of a staple as Dungeon Guides. But I'm surprised I even got one. I thought this card specifically was going to be short printed on the SR slot. It definitely feels like it. This is box number 5. But we actually managed to hit one. My model screws up when I try to refocus. Good to notice that on hour 4. Just do this. Bring up both chats again. Vanitas. Shield. Aqueous Armor. Aqueous Armor. Obelisk. Repulsion. Overwhelming Swing. I believe I've seen this before. Yep. Spell Shield Wind. Diana level 1. Another take aim. Oh god, I hope it... So, Hololive Viceworks Volume 2 had this problem where the printings were predictable. I hope that's not the case, because this is the second time it's happened, but it could just be purely coincidental. Yeah, because I think Hololive Viceworks Volume 2 had like 2 or 3 rows of patterns where I think it was like Smug Louie with Smug Coyote, and then the other one was like Press Conference Chloe with Press Conference Madden. But yeah, oh, false strip number 3. That's nice. Let's just check at how things are going. Oh. What is she at? What is she at? She is on death 50. Oh dear, Momochi. Please do your best. Oh, okay. Another SR. Cloud. Faded Visionary. Recost 02. On enter, put top level cards of your deck into the graveyard. Then return up to 2 automated ally cards from graveyard to your memory. Automated allies gain Taunt and have on death Glimpse 3. Huh. I believe I've seen every SR now. We've seen Rococa, we've seen Academy Guide, and now we've seen Claude. Unless there's another one that I just can't think of. I'm fairly certain that I've seen every single one now. Okay. Heatwave Generator. This is the first time too. 1 cost. It costs 1 less to materialize if you're a Guardian. At the beginning of Recollection phase, target ally you control gets +1 attack until the end of the turn. That's an odd Guardian card. Ooh, another Vanish from Sight. Fractal. Parody. Giving Torment. Ash, Sight, Throne. Okay. Bonesfire Wraith. Another one. Nice. That's 2 for her, too. Need 2 of each, Mile. Okay. Another Astral Seal SR? Okay. I'll take it. Last pack of box 5. Looks like it's not gonna be a CSR stream today. I mean, the chances were pretty unlikely to begin with, but oh, you could always hope for it. Right. Clean up these piles. Alright, last box, guys. It's been a long journey. That's a lot of cards. A lot of packs, too. Two dinos, I like it. Okay. Subject getting lashed, a good start. Helen, Devotee, another Rococo. Nice. Nice little fox girl. Totally not like the perfect fit for like fire aggro or anything. Not like fire aggro needed more options. Oh. Silver Shine, nice. I believe this is also a unique herb foil, so 3 out of 3 so far. Spark Diver, Blaze Spear, Tether and Flame. Yeah. So I've only recorded an hour so far, so I have 3 hours of VOD to re-download and hopefully try and get something salvageable out of it so I can put it as an edited video. Okay. Ooh, another Freydis. Number 3 Freydis. I was joking about pulling 4 of her, but probably don't need 4 of her. 3 might be a good number, but yeah, I kind of want more Crimson Tears. Alright, at this point I'm just throwing the trash on the ground because the box I think is too full. Plus it'll stop my model from going crazy when it loses track of me. Okay. Another Nico, nice. You know what? I think I'll do as a skit for the video VOD at least. I'll count the number of the lash cards, the uncommon one, the common one, just as a joke, the counter. Not sure if I'll go through with it, but always spitting ideas out, seeing what sticks. Alright. Almost done with the first row of the last box. Okay, looks like a standard to me. And that was as standard as it could get. Alright. Obelisk. Into the fray. No foil this time. Where's the land? Shield Bearer, Fire-Blooded Oath. I definitely do like this kind of concept of a card. Hey, Silvershine. Okay. Ice Freeze. Force Load. Torrential Blast. Diana. Dominating Strike. Sentinels. Demon's Aim. This is my second Demon's Aim. Surprisingly, only second one so far. I do hope the starter deck has it. Because it seems like a good card to have. 4 of, as anyway. Okay. Nice. Vanish from sight. I at least have 4 of these now. There's another Storm of Thorns. White. Foresight, Vizier, another Dusklight Communion. Uh, okay. And pass, level 1, Smash the Obelisk, another Navigation Compass. Crown, Pendant, Fertile Ground, Navigate the Streets, Umbral Tide. Sadly, I think it's number 5, so I don't need more of those. Fire. Okay. Infusion Frostbite, Airship Cannoneer, and that is going to be another Carter. So the last UR is a UR I don't mind opening. So that is my second Carter of the case. Nice. I think URs are much more valuable this time around. Previously, it was kind of only 1 or 2 had value. The rest were kind of there were so many in the market that value was just not there, or they weren't as usable as the others, so they didn't really see play either. Hopefully, not so much this time around. I'm pretty happy with the URs I've gotten though. Ooh, a foil, Navigate the Streets. So foiling on the background here, not on Dahlia. Oh, actually, no, the foiling's on her straps too, I think. So, yeah. That's nice, that's nice. Another Mindbreak Bullet. I believe it might be our second or third. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost there, guys. Craving Torment. Always need as many of these as possible. Healing Aura. Right Step. War Priest. Frostbite. Catapult Keep. Okay, nice and simple that one. Consciousness potion. Okay. Treat, reload, Alchemist kit. Alright, last row, guys. Fingers crossed for at least another Crimson tier. Arasana, Healing Aura, Oriate. Not that Crimson tier I was talking about. Okay. For shield. Rocket jump. Distillery. Storm the Thorns. Storm of Thorns. Okay. Okay. Freezing round. Elixir. Spell shield. Wind. The packs. The packs. Oh, look at that. Tonaris pack. Blast, Neopsite, Prone. Red water. Prime Soul Bishop, Hulk, and McQuays Armor. And level 2. Nope, that's a foil. Foil Celestial Calling. Rare. Nice. All the stars are foiled up. Meltdown, Winds of Retribution, and another Constellary Spire. So this is the Negate Pinger. And I believe that's my second one. Second last pack. Hopefully it'll be good. Maybe not. Windless Gatekeeper, Downpour, Fractal of Creation. Last pack, guys. Raja. Escape the Wreckage, Flameblast Trainee, Harvest, Herbs, Windblast, Arbalist, Strategist, Warfare, Strategic Warfare, Fanatic Zealot, Glacial, On Course, Wind Rider Protector, Frigid Bash, Umbral Sight, and to finish it off, a Turbulent Bullet. Okay, that is the case. No, I think we got all the SRs, not all the URs, sadly. But I also did not get any CSRs. That's a bit of a shame. It was a 40% chance, but based on my gacha rolls and all that, I always fail the 50-50s anyway. What's a 40%? Really gonna change things? Probably not. So, yeah, that was pretty much it. I guess we'll go over the SRs first. Yeah, 3 Freyduses. That I did not see coming. I would have preferred maybe more Crimson Tears, but Freitas is still a Ranger card, um, so she will definitely be used. Um, yeah, could have sworn I had another Constellary. Oh, it was here. Nice. Chameleons. I think I got 2 chameleons. There we go. I have 1 Astarte, but I also have another one in this pile, which is nice. Fireblood Oath. 2 Rokokos. I think the Oath was somewhere around here. There it is. Oh, Torrential Blast is the rare. They don't belong in here. 2 Rokokos. 2 Astral Seals, I believe. Yep. 1 Cloud only. 1 Academy Guide. I believe 2 Jennies. 1 Seasoned Shield Master. 2 Anathemas. And 1 Lena. I didn't even know she existed. Art. There's 2 pennies. Nice. Brewing Kit. Oh, Brewing Kit's an SR? Okay. 1 Brewing Kit. 1 Crimson Tear. 1 Clockwork Amalgam. 1 Dahlia. 1 Rose. 1 Bombard Flame Cannon. 1 Load Soul. And 2 Gloamspire Black Market. Those are my SRs. Pretty good selection, I would say. Let's just put these in the box. Ooh, almost dropped that. That would have been embarrassing. Yeah. Just for fun, I'll count how many Subjugating Lashes that I opened. Okay. And URs. 2 Carters. That's pretty good. 2 Carter Synthetic Reapers. 1 Temporal Spectrometer. 1 Elysian Astrolabe. 1 Gloamspire Lance. 1 Scry the Stars. I believe I'm just missing Tenorus's, the Neos UR, which is the Elemental, I believe. Or I might also be missing the material card for the Neos. Yeah. That is my URs, 1 each per box. And then the foils are pretty good. 1 Celestial Calling, 1 Navigate Streets, 1 Silvershine, an Armored Valkyrie, an Astarte, Fire Warcry, Freysia, Spell Shield Astra, Shield Maiden, Exercise Curse, Rocket Jump, Potion Fusion Clarity, Springleaf, Distiller, Perfect Repulsion, Per Se, Barter Herbs, and a Dormant Sacrificial Altar. So I got half of the foiled herbs, so I'm just missing 1, 2, and 5. And I got 2 foil SRs, which is above average, I think. So that's the consolation prize, I guess, for not getting the 40-60%. Oh yeah, that is going to be that for the Grand Archive opening. It's been about almost 5 hours, and I have a VOD to edit later on. But yeah, if you guys are interested, Alchemical Revolution is out. I do wish, as my model resets, I do wish that the devs might consider maybe like a digital version of the game. Sure, it might lose them money in the long run, but I don't know. But TTS is always a thing, I guess. So yeah, there is that. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this one. Nice Tristan background here with the playmat that I got from the Ascent at my place. So yeah. Tear, oh, I'm so sad I only got 1 of you. Maybe I will bite the bullet and maybe buy a CSR just straight up. But yeah, hopefully you guys have enjoyed this one. You know what? Before I go, I do have another unboxing that I wanted to do, but I held out on it, I guess, until now. Um, this is from Artel's miniature shop. Uh, nice little wax here. Um, but yeah, it's just some more minis. I did open so much cardboard crack this stream. Maybe I'll show you guys some plastic crack now. um, yeah, so let's just see what it is. Don't want to show off any details if I could be helped. Oh, okay. So instead of in a box, it's in like bubble wrap. So yeah, which one is this? Okay, so this is their like Void Reaper proxy. So maybe I'll put it up on the screen in the edited VOD. But yeah, and then this one is the Angelic Paladin. Yeah. And then this one, last one, is like the same model as the Paladin, but without the wings. So yeah, that is that. Hopefully you guys enjoy watching at least the VOD, because I'm gonna spend all of tomorrow editing that. But yeah, this is my first hand cam stream. Camera, I'll try to do something to fix your settings because it should be better in theory. But yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be a day off. I'm gonna spend all the time reviewing VODs and all that. And then on Monday, or at the end of Sunday, or tomorrow, I'll put out a schedule on what will be happening in the following week. I'll see you guys on Monday, probably same time as I normally start, which is 6 p.m. PST? It's either 6 p.m. PST or 7 p.m. PST. I might be playing Pal World that day, and then we'll see from then on. So 6 or 7 p.m. PST, 10 or 11 p.m. EST, 3 or 4 a.m. or 2 or 3 a.m. GMT, then 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. JST. Alright, thank you guys for watching. Thank you once again, Kyato, for your amazing background music, and I'll see you guys again next time. Bye! Ending! Oh, don't forget, support your local VTubers. Bye bye now!